Status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah. Riding around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stove, but we ain't with all that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Made $1 million and I can't go back. Got a lot of jewelry on me, man, you can't hold that. 12 asking better, tell him that I ain't so crack. Know your money long when your people can't afford that. I'm ballin', yeah. My mama told me that did my calling. I keep that stick, I don't do no brawling. Open out the doors and let them all in here. Yeah, they all in here. Ooh, big dog. We come out the pound, so we big dog. Heavy paddock, gonna break my wrist off. I'm young out of rocket, about to lead dog. 3, 2, 1, I got big dog status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah, riding around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stove, but we ain't with all that. Yeah, big dog status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah, riding around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stove, but we ain't with all that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Jakes, fall in line. Yeah. We got sticks like it's Columbine. Yeah. Running up the dollar signs. Yeah. Ain't no hiding from them hollow kinds. Yeah. Bring up like the Taliban. That's my paper, don't you bother mine. Yeah. Heavy paddock on me, break my wrist off. Yeah. Lift off. I got big dog status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah. Riding around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stove, but we ain't with all that. Yeah. Big dog status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette. Yeah. Riding around the city with a stick all black. Try with a stove, but we ain't with all that. Yeah.
going down. It's going down, 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 down. It's going down, down, down. It's going down, 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 down. It's going down, 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 down. It's going down, down. It's going.
This is not just the climbing gym. You can come here and be whoever you want to be. I was a lost soul. I had affiliated with the gang life at the age of 12, but I didn't have any guidance. I didn't have a place like this I could come to, and those were the only people at the time I can relate to. But the more I started coming to Memphis Rocks, I started to meet kids who don't look like me. I was like everyone else because I looked around and everybody's in the gym doing the same thing, climbing. A lot of the problems I had on the ground, once I got on the wall, they stayed on the ground. It makes my soul like want to jump out of my body because I know the more kids that are in here, the less kids that are out there that can get in trouble.
So yeah, we've been testing out the new catch and hold system from the True Blue IQ Plus. And with the IQ Plus, you know, you're just able to stop there, rest, shake out, try to figure out the moves. And yeah, really excited to have this new device in our gym. It's going to just really help us to continue growing the sport.
Whether you're alpine climbing or cragging after work, Gnarly Nutrition is here to help you push your possible.
We fight the battles no one hears about.
We drop into the middle of firefights to rescue others.
And act as one-man air traffic control towers. We're the ones who go before all others. Join the fight.
Since 1966, we have viewed walls not as obstacles, but as opportunities. From the big walls of Yosemite to the high peaks of the Himalaya, we were searching for a personal kind of freedom. In this pursuit, we found a community, strengthened by different stories, experiences, and perspectives. This community has shown us that the only way forward is together.
Good evening and welcome to the 2022 Yeti Climbing National Championships. It is time for the Boulder Final here at the Spot Bouldering Gym in Denver, Colorado. The athletes are coming out. They're just starting their preview of the boulder. We've done the introduction. They get to run through 2 minutes on each boulder. They work collaboratively to look at that boulder, discuss the beta, and then take that information back into ISO with them.
Totally, and a really cool time to be back at the Spot. The Spot has so much history when it comes to competition climbing in Colorado. Many national championships were held at the original Spot in Boulder. It's their 20th anniversary, so really cool to be here and get to see it all play out tonight. So excited to see what's going to happen.
Very exciting. Good evening. I'm Pete Woods. I'm joined by Megan Martin, former national team member turned fantastic climbing analyst. Psyched to be here with you. We had a really cool semifinal earlier to set this final up. 6 of the best men and women in the United States are going to be climbing tonight on some really, really cool boulders.
Totally, and they had to fight hard to get into this final. It was a tough semifinals round with not a lot of tops on the men's side or the women's side. Kind of new to recent years. We haven't seen a round that hard in a long time, so they had to fight to get here, and I'm excited to see what they do tonight.
Yeah, in a funky little gym that we have here at the Spot. This is an old building, really cool angles. They've done a lot. You see the roof beams, they build around it. And the history that's laden into that Spot brand is just adding a little bit of that historical reference. You mentioned, talking to some of the route setters, that there's a few little nods back to some historical nationals boulders of past.
Yeah, I'm really excited to talk about that later when we get to see the athletes on the boulders. Sorry, I just gave something away a little bit there. Sorry, everybody. But we'll have some exciting stuff. And if you've been around in climbing competitions for a long time or you're a Colorado local, you might remember those competitions and be like, oh, that makes sense.
What's at stake tonight, Megan? A national championship. So you put that on your resume, you get a trophy, you put that on your mantle. We're going to pay you a little bit of money, you throw that in your bank account, and bragging rights.
And to be the national champion is a coveted spot to earn. Not everybody gets to do that, so they're going to be really excited.
And we have in our final tonight, we were sort of discussing a little bit earlier, maybe it's the old versus new, the rookies versus the veterans still being fairly young. But we have a really broad mix of experience, people coming from youth, people who've been climbing for a long time. Alex Johnson, who's only ever missed one nationals final in her entire climbing career.
100%. I think she said earlier this is either her 16th or I think it's her 15th final that she's been in at Bouldering Nationals, which is quite an achievement, and so cool to see her here tonight. And who knows? She could be the national champion. We don't know. Anybody out there could be. They're all capable. This is such a stacked field, so really cool to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's anybody's game. There are a few names that you maybe would have expected to see show up tonight. Brooke Rabitou, Natalia Grossman, Colin Duffy, they are not competing in this event because they have earned a spot based on their World Cup career and their results. And then Melina Costanza, unfortunately, dealing with a bit of an injury and dealing with some personal issues around training and balancing that life and training in your career as a climber.
Yeah, if you have a chance, check out her Instagram page. She wrote a really inspirational post, so I encourage all of you to check that out. And we might hear from her later today because she's here supporting, so hopefully she joins us in the booth.
Yeah, we've got a few spots waiting if people want to come and hang out, so you might hear some familiar voices later. The format this evening is a little bit different than you get in the semifinal round and in the qualifying round. So we're down to 6 men and 6 women. They get 4 problems each, and they only get 4 minutes to climb them. However, because of the preview, we don't need to spend that extra time looking at that boulder. They get slightly longer rest, maybe 20 minutes, as much as 20 minutes between the boulders, so the boulders can ratchet up the difficulty a little bit. And then because they previewed them together, you get a chance to work through that beta together. The thing that doesn't change is what we're after tops. So if you're topping boulders, you are well on your way to being a national champion. If you're not getting tops, you want to get zones.
100%. Tops are king. Can't wait to talk about what happened in semis earlier. Like we were talking about, it was a rough round, and Annie Sanders, who you might not know yet, but you should, very successful youth competitor, absolutely crushing the qualifying round and the semifinal round, coming out as the #1 seed into this final. Her first elite bouldering nationals ever, so anything could happen with this one.
Yeah, and then Chloe Koskoy, who also came out and stormed on this round. It was a bit of a bloodbath out there, so to see these athletes rise up and display their strength. So everybody's got a boulder or style that they like. and Chloe showed us what she's good at. She's good at squeezing hard and pulling through on big, powerful moves.
And a great story with Alex Johnson, also known as AJ, always a fun competitor to watch, back in the final tonight after really performing well in the semifinal. I know she's looking to get back on that podium here tonight. She said she's going to compete until she doesn't want to anymore and isn't having fun and, you know, isn't crushing it.
So this is what we're looking at. They're going to climb in reverse order from 6th to 1st, the same order on every boulder. They're all going to climb boulder 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So we're going to see AJ, then Mira, Kylie Cullen, Kyra Condi, then Chloe, and then we're going to finish off every boulder with Annie Sanders, the young talent. She's going to take us home on each one of those boulders.
And we're really excited about the men as well. And the men are actually going to be climbing first. So as both genders are previewing right now, the women will go back and wait for the men's competition to start. And with the highlights from the men's, Ross Fulkerson had an epic World Cup season, making his first World Cup bouldering final, and he proved that he's more than capable of taking the competition domestic side too with an epic.
And then Dylan Countryman, also known as Bob Dylan. He came off a fantastic youth career, and he's working his way into his first Open Nationals final and looking every bit like he might take home that title.
Great to see Sean Bailey back straight from Tokyo. He's been spending some time there, but it didn't slow him down. No jet lag for him because he absolutely crushed it during the qualifiers and the semis. Just has to come back for this bouldering because he's already done so well in lead that he's here to try to earn his spot and be the national champion.
And you might be surprised not to see Nathaniel Coleman climbing in tonight's final. The men's semifinal round was brutally difficult, and we know that Nathaniel has been rehabbing an injury, maybe not back up to full power. He climbed, he didn't look like he was taking it easy at all, and just a little bit short. So now we're going to look at the 6 men that you're going to take into the final, again going from 6th to 1st from the bottom. Hugo Hoyer, Ben Hanna, Sean Bailey, Bob Dylan, Luke Muring, and then Ross Fulkerson is going to be taking us home on each boulder across the round.
Taking another look at the athletes still on their preview time. It's always a great time to discuss the boulder and kind of plan out what you want to do. It's always nice to have that opportunity to do that, and that's part of the reward of being in finals.
Yeah, you get to have that extra time. And then one of the things that people that don't watch a lot of climbing competitions, something that might surprise you is that they are often quite collaborative. You see them here discussing as they mime out their sequences, what are you going to do here, what are you going to do there? So although they are competing against each other, it's always you against the boulder. And that community hasn't left competition climbing. It's apparent on this stage as you watch them mime through and talk about what they're going to do on each of these moves. And I mean, the boulders are complex, so getting that helpful insight from people that you know, and you have to remember that not everyone climbs in your style. So something that you and I might discuss is not going to be necessarily the same beta. We're not going to do the same thing, but we're going to get a little bit of insight from each other.
Totally. Sometimes you see some of the athletes pair up with people that have like similar dimensions to them because then they kind of can go through the beta with them, or just similar strengths and weaknesses because then they might talk through it similarly. The other thing is sometimes you'll notice who might have discussed something together because those athletes will come out and you're like, oh, they're approaching the boulder the same way as someone else did because they discussed it.
Yeah, it can definitely come out in that, you know, the what actually gets done or what works. So you see even people try the same thing first and then they go to the same plan B. And sometimes you need a plan C, and sometimes you need a plan C1. So you're going to see in 4 minutes as much variety as may be required to work through anything that might come off as confusing or something that you're not sure about. We definitely saw the semifinal round was, I mean, a bloodbath. It was one of the lower scoring semifinals, but the route setters learned a lot about what these climbers are capable of. So they're coming out, they're looking at these boulders, they have that semifinal in their mind, and they're ready to come out. And Ben Hanna said earlier when we were chatting, he said, sometimes he takes it personally. So he comes at those boulders as though they owe him money. And if you're carrying a grudge from the semifinal round, we might get to see it come out here as he's Oh, yeah, I think
As
he's got
he's
his...
stuck right now. I think maybe on one of his earrings or his bib is stuck.
That is...
Also,
Oh, my
what you were
goodness.
saying, that's a typical Ben Hanna response.
Mm-hmm.
I would expect nothing less from him. He's always been such a character.
And the women have gone back to proper isolation. The men are going to essentially move from one isolation zone to another and back again. So the way that it works is they're all together, and then as they come out, once they finish the boulder, they're not allowed to go back to the climbers who haven't climbed the boulder yet, but then they start to gather in the secondary ISO with the other climbers that have finished the boulder. So there is some discussion. Did you do the boulder? Did you not do the boulder? Some people like to keep it close. Some people like to talk about it. I know that when I competed in this format, I was back in secondary ISO with my headset on. I didn't actually want to know. I wanted to play my game the whole way through, but that's not everyone's approach.
Totally. I was always one who conversed a little bit more. A second ago, you saw the route setters kind of taking down some of the women's boulders because the men are going to come out first, and they want to make it so the men aren't confused about the holds to the right. They had that black piece of tape, but I think their goal is to take it down so they don't have to worry about that, because honestly, the black tape is never fun to look at. So since the women aren't competing till later, they can clean that up a bit and won't have to worry about the men being confused on their fourth boulder there.
Yeah, so we get a good look at that now. They have pulled the last couple holds off the women's, and there will be no black tape on that boulder. I mean, we're getting a good look at the last boulder of the round. That one is going to be spicy. We watched the setters tweaking the finish of that one for quite some time. It's a part of the process is that they set these boulders throughout the week, and then they adjust if necessary based on how the athletes climb across the qualifier, across the semifinals. So sometimes they tweak the boulders to make them a little bit easier, sometimes they tweak them to make them a little bit harder, but generally they're trying to test different styles of climbing. So you are able to keep the level of difficulty the same essentially, and you're going to see people be successful or unsuccessful because they're maybe climbing at something that they don't love, that they're not super comfortable with. They don't love steep climbing, so they're going to fight a little bit more on those boulders. And we're going to get things rolling here. Hugo Hoyer, 15 years old, Megan.
Yeah, the youngest male athlete we'll see tonight, and it was really fun talking to him earlier. He's so excited to get to climb in the finals tonight. And, he's a very successful youth competitor. He was Youth B World Champion this past year, so, he knows what it is like to be in a high-level competition. But he was mentioning how it felt so nice to come out here with no expectations. Even when he's in youth, there's more expectations because he's done well. People expect you to do well. But this is a different arena, so it gives him that freedom to just climb and have fun. And so I'm excited to see what he puts together tonight because he's already had such a great competition thus far.
And it doesn't come across as a 15-year-old.
No.
He's very poised. He's
poised.
very, in control of what he needs to get done. We're going to get our first boulder is going to be a kind of a pseudo slab.
Yeah, this gym specifically doesn't have a lot of true slabs, but the route setters are doing a good job of using those volumes to create a slab-esque environment. Yeah, totally
feeling.
Environment. And he's right next to the crowd right now, and you can see it's a huge crowd. And talking to Hugo earlier, we talked about this a little bit, and here's what he had to say.
I don't usually, it doesn't distract me, but when I'm on the wall, I feel like I can kind of just tune it out because I don't want to get, distracted by the crowd and then, feel like I'm doing bad or something if I don't hear any cheering, or if I do hear cheering, don't want to get overconfident or anything. So I try to just focus on my climb and not what the crowd's doing.
A very mature way, and another sign of a seasoned competitor in terms of looking at it that way and staying present and being able to focus on what he needs to do. And he's already off to a good start on this boulder. It's a little tricky at the beginning, but I feel like he's reading it right and he's finding those movements.
Yeah, and you're looking for progression from each attempt. So, you might see a few flashes on the boulders, a little slip there, but they're looking to get some knowledge from the attempt before. What did I slip on? Did I jump too far? Did I not jump far enough? So they're trying to balance their time on the clock with number of attempts with progress. And if you're not making any progress, Megan, sometimes they just pull the plug and walk away.
Yeah, I feel like we see that less in finals just because it's finals and you don't have another round after this. But yeah, sometimes even in finals that happens. But I think this is one of those boulders that luckily the opening isn't so taxing, that it's really about figuring out the momentum, body position in order to catch that crimp that he's going to and then be able to get into the zone after that.
This one is about just the right amount of momentum, and there you see him slowing it down quite a bit.
A lot better.
The big pink foothold is dual textured on the lead-in edge, so you need to step carefully, and even that part doesn't have a lot of free. It's not one of your coarser footholds, so you need to be a little bit careful. You don't have to, you're not going to come spinning off of it, but you can't cavalierly stomp down on that foothold.
This is kind of cool too because it's a delicate, more technical, slabby first move to a dynamic movement with some coordination with the lower body. So it's kind of like slow to fast. And to come out for your first boulder and get on something slow after you've been kind of prepping yourself in ISO, like trying to get pumped and psyched, is always like another thing you have to deal with calming down, and then to then calm down and then explode after. It's kind of a lot to the body.
It's a lot to process, and
so
it is part
closer.
of the mental game. Yeah, and he's half a move away from getting the balance right into that zone hold, and it's every scoreable moment is something you need to be driving for. So he's going to want to walk away with at least a zone at 10 seconds. You gotta hustle.
Definitely smart to still take the full. And see, he would have been in the time still if he was able to stick it. So really smart. I feel like he managed his attempts really well, which I always am impressed when I see a younger climber be able to do that, because it can sometimes take people years to figure out that skill.
Yeah, you have to be excited to keep trying, but if you overextend yourself, now you're just running the risk of you're doing the move and now you don't have enough gas to do the top of the boulder. So that the editing of yourself to stand on the mat and take a few deep breaths, maybe force yourself. Some climbers will go and brush a hold to force themselves to take a breath. As we see Ben Hanna making the long walk
It is a long
to boulder number
walk
one.
to the other end of the gym. He looks like he's ready to play.
Yeah, he looks like he means business. He's just waiting for the go from the judge. Get that 4 minutes running. This is, the first boulder is the freshest in their mind. So just a quick reminder, what was I going to do here? Left, right, left. Give it a brush to get yourself situated. Sometimes, Megan, brushing a hole gives you insight into the angles on it. You can figure out how positive a hold that you don't recognize is by getting the brush on it and seeing what kind of angles you can play with.
Very
It's
true.
a little veteran trick. It's a lot of brushing.
Yeah, well, anything more than 30 seconds in a 4-minute round would be a bit much, but I feel like about 30 is fine. And this boulder could be done quickly, so not when you have to worry about as much. It's a little scarier when you know there's a lot more moves you have to get through in order to get that thing done.
So just finding the body position to get established. And Megan, that start hold has been sanded. The bottom of it has no texture on it. Someone took the grinder to that and made sure that there was nothing other than just get your thumbs touching it.
Thought he was. Oh,
I
is
like
he
this.
crimping the wall?
He is, just
Kinda
a little
looks like
bit.
he was doing that a lot in semis and qualifier. I mean, that's another veteran trick, using everything that is there. Like, I remember the old Nationals wall, there was like a little seam at the bottom, and not everybody, like, if you'd done Nationals for a while, you knew that, but if you didn't know how to use the wall to your advantage.
And the seams here they're not what you would call great, but
No.
they're enough to maybe keep your balance point if it's something you're worried about tipping over. They're kind of a quarter pad, a rounded crimp. On an angle like this, you see Ben was definitely using that right side now to make sure that he's staying in. It's better than the start hold, and the setters know that. So they set boulders understanding that some of the climbers were going to make pretty widespread use where they could.
Oh, just see, but by using that part of the seam, it kind of diminished his ability to set up properly to get the height to get in that. He was like kind of falling away from the wall as he was trying to stand up and jump into it.
He's sort of doing half the move instead of taking the momentum from the start holds through to the crimp zone pair.
So that's interesting, using the seam to establish on the start, which is valid. There was a time where you were not allowed to touch the wall ahead of time, but that rule doesn't exist anymore, so he's totally within his right. This looks like a good method to kind of do that foot switch, go with the left hand to the crimp and stop, then you could match and then get into the zone. I think both options could work, and that's kind of been the theme of this competition thus far. There have been lots of possibilities on all of the boulders, which is always fun to see because then you can see things done in multiple ways, which keeps it really exciting.
Yeah, and it shows you the expanse of movement that the climbers are capable of drawing on in their own repertoire and then across each of the different finalists. And the crowd's sort of getting a little bit into it. They're very close on this boulder. And
man, he is going for every seam.
Every trick.
Oh, that was closer. I feel like he could make that happen. It looks, oh, no, he's going to go again. Thought he might stop.
Just staring it down. I mean, the crimp is decent up there, but as you come across it, of course, it gets worse going from right to left. Then 20 seconds to get to
I
that
think
zone.
enough time to get to the zone. Unlikely enough time to top. It's just going to slip there. And you mentioned the pink hold having that dual texture. The black hold does as well. It's less shiny, but it is still there. And we can't really see from this angle if it is where he keeps hitting. And it might be because he is slipping every time.
A deep breath. And you got to get the nod from the judge to send you back.
This finals round already proving to be, again, in theme with difficulty, which we've been seeing throughout the round so far. We'll see how Sean Bailey will fare at this boulder.
You got to be ready to come to work. And this is work. Sean is looking composed. You see there, +3 wingspan. Megan, we talk about climber height, we talk about morphology. You know, some climbers are happier being taller, some are fine being a little bit shorter. But what really matters is if you get a little bit of extra reach in the frame that you've got, then that's what can give you an advantage on some boulders. So the wingspan is how much longer your reach is than your height on the books.
Yeah, wingspan has proven to be helpful in a lot of scenarios. I'd say especially on rock climbing specifically, just being able to leverage your body in a way with that added reach. So having a plus in your wingspan is always a plus.
Hey, yes it is.
Insert dad joke here.
And there is, Sean just, trying to find the balance in between. And you'll see a variety. There's a couple of climbers who are up in the +4 and 5 range, which is kind of crazy. You're getting into albatross land at that point. I know Allison Vest is some ridiculous. I mean, her wingspan is insane. It might be 6 inches longer than her height.
I'm pretty sure Kylie Cullen said earlier that her hands reach her knees.
Yeah.
Sean going at a little more delicate approach here as he kind of lost his balance last time. Ooh, throwing the right foot. I think that actually could be a better method there.
Sean was chatting with us earlier about the time he spent at the end of the World Cup season climbing and training in Japan, and maybe what that has done to help him get ready for this, national championship.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of things, like we got a good thing at home, but it's cool to be around different people, different setting, different styles, and their gyms are awesome. Like you can go to a gym and find some really hard stuff, so.
Yeah, and maybe some different holds. A little bit of variety. He was talking about the stoke is really high. A lot of smaller gyms in Japan, so you get smaller spaces, greater density of root setting and holds, and just a different approach to training. As you said, we got a good thing going at home, but that variety, you said, really gave him a boost to want to train hard almost every time he was to the gym. He said, you just need to go climbing.
And Sean's always been an athlete who's moved around a bit and like to, test himself in different places with different people. So it's no surprise that he's continuing to do that and, diversifying yourself in that way definitely can only help you.
Yeah. You kind of get that exposure. There are regional talents that sometimes have to do with your outdoor environment. You know, are you good at steep climbing? Are you good at slab climbing? The Japanese national team, the World Cup team, they are, if anything, Megan, they're known for being good at everything.
Yeah.
But you definitely have that density of very talented athletes exposing really difficult boulders across the range. So maybe has Sean spent a lot of time pulling steep boulders while he was there? You know, I don't know that climbing slab is always the most fun thing, so you tend to gravitate to stuff you can get your hands on.
100%.
Only he knows for sure.
Kind of fumbled that crimp on his last attempt. This opening section is proving to be very difficult, and hopefully we see, that looked like he was about to unlock. It definitely has plenty of time. You know he felt that.
Yeah, he's excited to try that again. Take that learned movement and apply it before your brain forgets that it worked.
And he kind of like missed the foot there. Now I feel like he's now getting into that moment where you're just rushing a little bit. So hopefully he kind of centers himself before this attempt right here. Close. Man, really tough.
Yeah, it feels like the timing might even be off a little bit of when that foot's coming over and how much purchase they're getting on the crimp. And it doesn't seem to be helping them at all.
Yeah. Ooh, that looked a bit better.
For someone who knows how to, I mean, I've seen the stuff that Sean can grab.
Yeah, latch onto really well. I'm conflicted because both Sean and Hugo looked really close in very different methods, but I do really think that both could work just depending on your strengths and also depending on how quickly you feel it, right? Because with each attempt you're feeling it a bit more and like being like, oh, I'm unlocking this. But if it's later in the 4 minutes, your chances dwindle.
Yeah, you have to have the aha moment early enough to make use of it.
Like try number one.
Yeah, exactly. Ideally, it's first try, best try, not last try, best try. And you saw the moment where Sean thought that he had solved the opening movements, and then he tried it 3 or 4 times in a row quite quickly.
Some crowd excitement over there. People psyched to watch these athletes give it their all. Dylan, also known as Bob Countryman, childhood nickname. Well, he's still a child, but
He's
not
definitely
a child.
still a
He's
child.
Still 15.
Yeah.
He's a teenager. But everybody calls him Bob. And, this is his second season on the elite circuit. And he came out last year, did pretty well, but definitely not as well as he knew he could and as many people knew he could, because this year he's been absolutely crushing it at the North American Cups and then at World Championships for youth.
He's given a good brush on this hold, and he, came into this maybe with no pressure. He was saying that it's his first Open National Championships and just
his first final.
First finals, yeah.
Of course, you always come in with a little bit of pressure if you're heading first into semis, but most of the pressure really comes from myself because I know what I expect from myself. So yes and no. It's like most of the pressure just comes from myself.
Which that's also something that's pretty mature to acknowledge, because sometimes when you're younger, you feel like the pressure is from everyone else, but really it is from yourself. But it's not always as easy to know that and recognize that. And so at 16 years old, pretty big deal to be able to do that. Sorry, I said he was 15 earlier. Definitely 16.
there is that. As you come through as a youth climber, I've definitely seen that, having coached some youth, that they perform for their coaches or for their parents. And, you want to climb well around your teammates and things, and it takes some very close. Yeah, slowed it down more than anyone. So, yeah, you're absolutely spot on. It takes some maturity at this age to realize that you are there for you, and you're applying pressure and dealing with pressure, and you can regulate it, hopefully, for yourself.
100%. Plenty of time to get that done. He was the closest we've seen so far in that method, and just with a little more tension and holding of that barn door that happened where he kind of swung out like a barn door would. or any door.
Any actual door, yeah.
Any swinging of a door. Oh.
Just trying to get that right foot established a little quicker on the hop across.
I almost feel like he should maybe brush the shoe rubber off that pink hold. That could be a little helpful.
See if you can channel that over to him.
You know, it would be interesting if he tried to do it like he's doing it, but then threw his right toe in as like a toe hook to kind of create some opposition. I don't know. Might be crazy. But maybe.
But maybe. Yeah,
Crazier things have happened.
Crazier things have happened. We're 4 climbers deep, Megan, without a zone. Of course, a couple of heavy hitters to come, as all the finalists are. You're always a bit curious about how the round is going to play out. We don't. Excellent save. So the opposite of the commentator's curse is that it worked out for once. With Bob Countryman now needs to solve the finish. He's got tons of time to do it, but
Really
doesn't want to have to start the boulder again.
He seems to be very good on these like sloping volumes. We saw him in the earlier round, and looks like he's gonna get a top here.
Yes.
That has to feel good.
That woke the crowd up, and definitely woke him up. He was very excited to top that boulder, and he would have been sitting back in ISO and have not have heard a peep from the crowd to this point. So that is
really big for Bob Countryman.
Absolutely, and everyone else will know that it took a long time because they know how long it takes from each climber to go out and come back again. So they know that everyone's taken it down to the wire, but now we've seen a top. Well, Luke Muring is going to be our next and the next to last finalist, coming out of Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Yeah, originally from Atlanta, Georgia, but living in Chatty, Tennessee now. A great place for some outdoor climbing, if you're into that kind of thing.
If that's your thing.
A lot of people in this building are, that's for sure. And also competition climbing.
Yeah, it's a good balance. If you live in an area where there's good outdoor rock climbing, sometimes it's hard actually to take a day off and focus on your training.
Yeah, in fact, I'm pretty sure his brother, who used to do a lot of the comps, has in the recent years focused mainly on outdoor climbing. So, and Luke did for a while too, but in the last few years he's been back on the scene and doing well. He was in finals at team trials in Bouldering last year, so psyched to see him in another final, and this time at nationals.
Making a habit of it.
Yeah, you want to create that consistency.
It is a pressure-filled environment. No matter how much you want to play it off, when you're climbing with the best, you feel that you need to perform the best, and it's maybe in hindsight you think that if you come 4th or 5th that yes, that was out of 100+ climbers, but in the moment all you're after is a podium. So the consistency to get there and the consistency to do well, it takes some of that, the learning curve out of it. I have been here before, I know what to expect, I know how to get it done.
Totally, and all of that takes a lot of hard work, and that's something that Luke talked about earlier, so let's see what he has to say about that.
It's been an amazing experience so far. Been training for the past 6 weeks, waking up early before work. Shout out to my girlfriend Nicole Mejia for getting me out of bed. It was hard to get out of bed a lot of those times, but now that I'm here, I'm happy that it's paid off, and it's just gonna be a fun round.
So cool to hear about the sacrifices he's making in order to make that hard work possible. And it is showing here. He's in the final and going about it at a different approach right now on this boulder, but it's looking like it might work for him.
Yeah, he just couldn't quite put the weight down on his left foot to stand up out of that position. And there we are, as you were mentioning, brushing some of the boot rubber and some of the dust that has floated down on that foothold. Just put a little more faith in that left foot, see if you can apply full weight to it. And he's got to get that, yeah, just awkward enough on the start. You got to have one limb on each piece of tape to start a boulder. So you will see 4 pieces of tape at the start of every boulder, and by the rules, you need to be established with one limb. You can do whatever you want. We'll see some boulders where there's options to swap a hand and a foot. Some boulders where you have all 4 limbs on the same hold, but you must have 4 limbs touching holds and in control before you're allowed to leave that start position.
And you see most of the men have kind of just dangled that right foot on that lower hold just enough to make it establishing on the boulder, because standing up on the left hold is much better for their stance to start walking across on these other holds.
It does look like he's going to go back to this tip over. No?
I feel like he was indecisive there, but he was in a good position to kind of play back and forth, not really in a position to fall.
He is going to jump back in as well. You mentioned earlier that a not very taxing start, so you can burn a bunch of attempts through. You're not losing a lot of skin or losing a lot of energy, but God, that right side.
And like you were saying, when Bob was climbing, you know, no one had been hearing anything in the back, but they all heard that. So now Luke knows that this boulder has been done, AKA it is now possible. So you're going to really make sure you're getting all your attempts in.
So he's going to have that, you know, a bit of a shake of the head. You know, and he knows that not everyone did it, but he knows that it's been done. So you're playing mind games with yourself a little bit what do I need to do now? Am I looking ahead to now I have 3 boulders left to get my work done? As we see Ross Fulkerson come out, your top qualifying finalist, just 21 years old, coming out of Salt Lake City, Utah. In 2 tops was the price of entry for almost all of the male finalists, and 3 zones out of that semifinal round, and he got in with a spicy top of the last boulder.
Yeah, it's really cool to watch Ross climb. I feel like he's one of those climbers who does what feels right for him and his style of climbing and his like dimensions. He's quite tall. He's 6 feet tall with a +2. You'll be blown away by his flexibility, though. Don't think that because he's tall, he can't fit into a small box. But he really leans into where his strengths are and climbs that way. And I think that's part of the reason he's been so successful, especially in the last few years, as that's evolved, as he's, you know, matured as a climber.
Yeah, you hit it on the head that he's a big climber that doesn't look out of place in awkward positions, feet up high. You know, their route setters will try and put climbers into all kinds of uncomfortable positions just to see how they can extricate. And we try not to set boulders that are advantageous to tall climbers or advantageous to short climbers, but knowing what you're good at and having a really wide range is definitely going to play to your advantage. So if you're a tall climber, but you have a really good hip turnout or you have really good mobility or flexibility, then you're less restricted by being a tall climber, traditionally thinking that, oh, I won't be able to fit into this space. So the expression used is something that you've heard us probably say already, and we will say again, about fitting into a small box or climbing out of a big box. And it's sort of the position that the route setters have put you in. You know, if you drew a box around both hands and both feet, and he is going to...
See, that is a perfect example of him leaning into what he knows he can do in certain situations based off of his specific body type.
And a really good 2-finger catch on that crimp. That was a fantastic way to finish. He's going to find the same press.
Oh, no. He's going to not be able to hold that swing there. I feel like Dylan pressed up a little higher before he went to that. And I kind of feel like Ross's hand wasn't in the most comfortable position. Like, you saw him try to readjust. Wow. Blah. You saw him try to readjust a little bit and then kind of just be like, oh, no, I need to go. So he has plenty of time to fix that and hopefully walk away with the top.
Yeah, and he's learned what the top feels like and how much momentum he can control with it. And I think you're right that Bob definitely had a different hand position and just a little more hop. He got maybe a bit higher on that finish hold. So Ross has taken a good couple deep breaths. I know you liked a climber that takes enough time to rest. And he's going to, with a minute to go, he's going to give himself room for error. But if he can get back through the opening sequence first try, then I think the chances are good we're going to see a top from Ross on this boulder.
And going back to that, Bob is 5'6" with a +5, and Ross Fulkerson is 6 feet with a +2. So, for example, that last move with all that momentum, Ross's body is so much longer. There's more to control. There's more to fly out. So he might have to approach that last move different from how Bob did as well, because he's got more to reel back into the wall.
Yeah, there's a lot of lower body taking a lot more weight and distance, and physics is something that we fight with. Gravity and physics are part of the equation. Ross with a slip, this time looking a little bit more in control, and he is going to be a bit regretful that he had the top in his mitts, but needs to shake it off. You can't carry your misses on the way out, but a zone there, not everybody got one, so that is going to help Ross in this first boulder, which did not give up too much to these 6 finalists.
Kind of nice that we saw people falling in different spots on that boulder too.
Yeah, and a good look there. So a bunch of no zones, and then Ross Fulkerson and Bob Countryman, the only man with a top. We're going to go to a brief commercial break, Megan, then we're going to be right back with boulder number 2 at the 2022 Yeti National Climbing Championships.
This is not just the climbing gym. You can come here and be whoever you want to be. I was a lost soul. I had affiliated with the gang life at the age of 12, but I didn't have any guidance. I didn't have a place like this I could come to, and those were the only people at the time I could relate to. But the more I started coming to Memphis Rocks, I started to meet kids who don't look like me. I was like everyone else because I looked around and everybody's in the gym doing the same thing, climbing. A lot of the problems I had on the ground, once I got on the wall, they stayed on the ground. It makes my soul like want to jump out of my body because I know the more kids that are in here, the less kids that are out there that can get in trouble.
All right, we are back and getting ready for boulder number 2. A quick refresher, Ben, Sean, Hugo, and Luke with no love on boulder 1. Ross Fulkerson managing to secure the zone, and Dylan Countryman, the only man to top boulder 1, putting himself at the top of the leaderboard as we go into boulder number 2. Now this boulder is, oh my goodness, you are going to see some interesting things here. We'll, as you pan up, you'll see it, and then we'll get to a little bit of a story about what went on for this boulder. But a gnarly piece of climbing as well for these climbers to deal with.
100%. We were watching the route setters on this boulder earlier, and there's a couple of spots that look a little painful, so I'm really excited to see what the men do out here.
Yeah, nothing super complex in terms of solving the puzzle. This one is relatively straightforward, and we're going to see what Hugo is able to put down.
Pretty straightforward start, and then he's going to jump up. Gonna fall off of his first attempt there, but pretty cool to see that volume attached to the rafter. Is that what you call that? Or the metal beam? I don't know. I'm not an architect, but that jump all the way up there. It's pretty cool. Making use of the space. We were talking to some of the route setters earlier, and it was an homage to a comp they set back at the spot called River Dance, and this is what they're calling River Dance 2.0. So if you remember that, we'd love to hear about it. Nice stick from Hugo. But this climb is not over.
No.
The other name they were giving it was the Oregon Trail, because it is quite a journey to get to the end.
Oh, a great catch. He's going to make it look like these holds are very, very good, but that is not the best crimp you've ever come across. And then this right here, a funky piece of climbing to unlock here, and you see getting way stretched out.
Doesn't really like how it feels now. That is, ooh, matching here is very smart to avoid this intense shoulder move. Reading, that's not what they were doing earlier, the route setters, but what they were doing is what we're going to see right now, and you're going to see how strenuous it looks.
Yeah, a little bit of a route reveal here for boulder number 2.
Last time we were at the spot was 14 years ago for our Bouldering Nationals, and we built River Dance. This is River Dance 2.0, volume mounted in their ceiling structure. We're doing a big dyno to that, followed by a lache to this volume, and a right-hand campus all the way to the top. Strongman Cannon is going to get it done. Oh, we're excited to see how the athletes do it.
All right, thank you to the North Face, and thank you to our chief for putting that together for us.
Yep, Jeremy Harden giving us a little preview as Hugo Hoyer is back up there and ready to attack this boulder. I'm interested to see if he tries that same method he did before or just commits to going in with his hand the opposite way on that yellow hold.
And not a lot of room to match with your thumbs in there. It was, I think he was going to try and maybe lightning it, but
he doesn't like the other face out with his hand, which I understand. Really uncomfortable on the shoulder, kind of scary to do this release here. And then you have to kind of like one arm spin back around, which is, again, why I said it was painful to watch. And I have to commend him for avoiding this right now and trying to figure out another way to do that. That looked like it could work.
Yeah, if he can find a way to kind of slide that hand in. You get to look at them there. You see them talking about what is he going to do with his thumbs in there.
That was so good.
That was
I'm
perfect.
glad we caught that moment.
They're in there. They get a good seat to watch their work unfold in front of them.
Oof, little foot slip there. I think he could have enough time, probably not to finish the boulder. Also, because it's so long, probably smart to call it. There's still 2 more boulders to come. Really great effort there by Hugo.
Yeah, 2 really good tries up in that yellow undercling to see if he could find a way around it. So he's going to need to take a zone back into isolation with him. Making the only sport that creates the playing field every single time. So we're blessed in that way, in that every comp is going to show you something different. The creativity of the route setting crew comes out in what they're feeling in the gym and the holds and the environment they have in front of them.
Totally, and I think that's what's so cool about climbing is you're challenging athletes to not only come prepared with their training physically, but also mentally, and being able to solve those puzzles on the fly and like fix what they want to do on the wall each time. It's a skill that takes years to really perfect, and it's just so cool to see athletes be able to do that and be successful in so many scenarios. Just a little short on the jump there.
And every time that you show up to a round, you're faced with something you may never have seen before, and they're essentially jumping to a roof that isn't a roof.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they couldn't have expected the roof setters to make that a roof earlier today, you know?
So to basically take this set of angles and then be able to transition across this. And it's anchored up there. I mean, they did some construction to get it up there. Right? It's quite a bit of work to build that in there. And it'll be interesting to see if the spot decides to keep that as part of their
Could be fun.
As part of their day-to-day.
Got a little higher on that attempt, but still needs to catch it a bit higher if he's going to be able to control that swing.
Yeah, a little more spring required, and then be able to reel it in.
It's also tricky because the pinch he's going to is dual textured, and so if he tries to pinch it too deep, which would make it, easier to be on it technically, but because that slippery texture is there, you are forced to go a little more shallow.
And I think you even see the
Yep.
sort of 3 finger swipes on the dual text part. You just there's nothing going there. You're only going to slide out to the edge.
There we go.
A lockdown pinch from Ben Hanna.
Now this little lachey here into the zone hold.
And he's
Going, interesting.
What are you doing, Ben?
Well, I
what
mean,
do you
it
got?
still could work, but maybe not the method. Always don't go back. Like,
Is he going to do a bit of a 180?
Looks like it.
He is, and he makes it
Well,
work.
That's exciting.
That is exciting. You never know what the climbers are going to decide on in the moment. And that he may have decided that from the ground, and then he may have just done that on the fly. Can he get up through here? This is going to
going right into
it's going to go right into it.
This looks a little low, and it needs to be a little higher, but maybe he's in. We can't tell because he knows if he's deeper in that hold than we do. Looks like he's in a better position now. I think that toe hook's a good idea. Oof, it's just scary to want to let go there. You see him hesitating.
He's
trying to jam his fingers in there, but no.
And also electing not to try and get the pinky in, so he's going to keep the 3 finger, and then.
A little emotional there, which he talked about earlier, actually.
I'm okay embracing the letting my emotions fuel me, and also when I climb well, I feel like I like to approach the boulders of
you know, like it's personal. Like they owe me money. Kind of.
I like the idea of the boulders owing him money. That is a way to look at it.
You just come out and want to show it that you're in charge. So 30 seconds less, 25 to go. Need a little bit of hustle, but he's obviously decided he's got something left in the tank to do on this boulder. You saw him give us a bit of a shrug, like, what did I need to do here? And he's gonna let his clock wind down. And he's gonna have to walk away with just a zone. Hugo and Ben getting a good piece of work done, but the amount of effort to unlock and continue is more than half the boulder's effort.
Yeah, he's definitely disappointed with that, but sometimes it just goes that way, and he still has 2 more boulders, so he's got to let it go and just focus on what's next.
Yeah, you can win a comp on the last boulder, so
100%. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, there's no reason to get too far down in the hole of I didn't do 1, I didn't do 2. It's like, well, I'm just going to come back and I'm going to do 3 and I'm going to do 4.
Exactly.
That's how you go about it. Sean Bailey, let's see what he decides to do. He's a springy climber.
I feel like he floats.
I was going to say, I would be surprised to see him short this, but he did try and go one-handed, so maybe that was it. He didn't want to put too much swing into it.
I mean, it kind of looked like he was testing it out a bit, but definitely one of those moves where he's going to need to go 2 hands and make sure he really gets up high, because it is a big jump. And he is one of the shorter competitors at 5'6", so he really needs to be able to catch it up high.
Yeah, you got to get springy, and we'll see a good example. You know, I'm going to say when he sticks this hold of exactly what you're referring to with being up higher.
Closer, but still his arms are too straight. He needs to be able to engage with his biceps and shoulders so he can control that swing a bit better. Though I will say, he is one of the few people who you will see him control swings with a straight arm more so than any other person I've ever seen climb.
It's a rarity, and it comes down to his contact strength and his ability to just close his hand a little bit harder at the end of the swing. But you know, you see an example of what Megan's talking about, is that when you have no sort of shock absorption in the system, and there a little bit more room, and you saw it didn't quite get straight elbows, and it makes all the difference.
Gonna reverse his grip there in order to make this lâché a little easier to see where he's going. Nicely done.
Finally, he's just gotta
find the hold there. It's a little hidden. Smart to throw up that heel.
Go hunting around the corner.
Oh. Good save.
Very good save.
There we go. Gotta get that heel nicely on that crimp.
It can be hard to not over-hog it with your fingers and leave room.
Now onto this release that we've seen both Hugo and Ben struggle with a bit. It is, trying to get 2 hands in there. Interesting.
Oh, kind of a finger and a half on the match.
I was gonna say, I wonder if he can get his foot on there. Smart.
Heel hook just hanging in there.
Release a bit. 2 hands in there makes me nervous.
Wow.
I really like that reaction.
It's a 3 wow boulder.
I feel like he's looking directly at
I think he was too. Yeah, I think he was too.
I feel like that's pretty. It's a good moment.
So he's and he needs to rest. That was a full
it's a lot of
effort. And it'll be interesting to see if he does try it again. Megan, he's got the zone. Is he going to stand and decide that he's expended enough energy?
It's one of those moments where you're like, is it worth it? I don't know, because obviously it is worth it if you can get the top, but will he even have enough time? Is it worth the energy? Oof, that brush is way too close to him.
And he's going to say thank you to the crowd for the support, and I'm going to take this back into ISO and keep my shoulders intact.
I mean, smart move.
So in good company with his own. You need to do that to stay in the running. You know, with only 1 top so far, you're not losing ground by not topping this boulder.
And also, that boulder specifically being so aggressive on the shoulders, it's kind kind of difficult because you don't want to injure yourself either. I mean, so many of these athletes, Sean specifically, just came off such a long season. There's team trials in March. There's still speed and lead to come, you know, this week. So you sometimes have to weigh things out a bit.
Yeah, and you know best how your joints and limbs and fingers are feeling. And if you got a twinge that's starting to creep in, making a business decision is often the right thing to do.
100%. We just saw the nice crowd filing in as Bob just crushes that first move. I was expecting that. He is quite springy.
Yeah, he floated up there. Didn't make it look like he had to control any swing, just the right amount of momentum.
He is also 5'6". He's got a bit more of a reach, couple inches on Sean, but
campusing through there. So this is,
see if he wants to. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be interesting. You bring his. Well, never mind.
Yeah, we almost.
I was gonna say you could bring his foot in and pull into an undercling.
Rejected it almost immediately. Oh, my goodness. He did make it work.
Now this has to get to that pinch. Another campus move after all of that climbing.
And nowhere to generate momentum from except that left hand. Dylan Countryman getting the crowd back up.
Amazing first attempt.
Fantastic stuff. And you see here, he makes the spin move, controls it. He does go looking for some purchase for the last move here, but that volume giving nothing back. It is a straight campus. You just got to bend that left arm, and you saw it just not do what he wanted it to do. How to look at the clock. 2 minutes, time to rest, time to brush. And he doesn't have to solve anything. So if he follows the same sequence, then he will, we presume, efficiently get back to that same place, maybe with a little more energy in the tank.
Well, he is in a nice position, too, because he can let the clock go down a little bit. He knows he's only going to really get one more try, especially on a boulder that's this long. There's no point to just get back on the wall. So it's like, okay, I either do it the next try or I just had an incredible first attempt. So it's kind of nice. Probably the best position you could be in other than flashing the boulder.
Yeah, is being pretty sure you can do that and then just...
Getting on a little sooner than I would have thought.
Yeah.
But, you know,
room for
I
error.
haven't been 16 in a long time, so he probably feels better than I would have.
Yeah. And maybe just give, yeah, exactly. Maybe he was giving himself, what if I miss, one of the moves? Do I have enough time? So
good point.
Making no mistakes and boom, just sagging so smoothly in here. He climbs very fluidly.
You can hear the crowd chanting Bob. Lots of Bob Countryman supporters here.
The Bob fans are here. And the good release again.
Every time on his shoulders. See if he can generate a bit better. Ooh, yeah, bring that heel up.
Is that enough? Bob Countryman, no, not quite. He's going to wave to the crowd. They love it.
Really great attempt.
Yeah, we saw the possible. Ross is going to hear that back there. He knows what boulder he's coming out to.
Yeah.
So he knows that it's time to dial that in. And it's like, if Bob can do it, I can do it.
Yeah, I mean, all of these athletes are so talented. It could be anyone's day. So when you know things are getting done, you know that it's possible. And Luke had to have heard that and is psyched to give it his all.
Yeah, I glanced at the running order and just honed in on Ross. It is Luke, of course, that's up next. Also having heard all the same noise.
I mean, we're not perfect. I try.
We try.
But, you know. Definitely a boulder that I feel like Luke would like. So we'll have to see how it ends up going for him. I feel like the first attempt on this one is quite telling.
The commitment to the jump and then, the first time getting into that undercling, the commitment to let go. And you think maybe Bob just decided to let go, whereas everyone else decided to second guess it a little bit and spent more time instead of just saying, I guess now I need to let go.
Kind of going to go with that same approach that we saw Ben Hanna do earlier. It's kind of more of a blind approach. You're kind of, it's not a full 180, but
yeah,
I don't know what that degree would be. Definitely turning around and taking it as an undercling. And going puts you in a better spot to be more accurate because you can see where you're going without trying to manage looking at the hold and managing your swing by going more sideways. So we'll see if he adjusts that on this attempt.
And I think it allows you to generate the momentum easier with your lower body. Like the swing is in a
100%.
line. You're not twisting upper and lower body just to generate the momentum and jump across.
Oof.
Just a bit
Little
far
short
out.
that time. 15, 20 seconds just to chill. I mean, he's doing that right now with the brushing. But that first move, though, he did it so easily the first time. He was kind of swinging around to try to do that lache a bit longer, and it probably zapped a little more energy than he realized. And so now it's nice that he's taking a little more time so that he has his full power in order to get through this first move with as little exertion as possible.
Often you don't actually know how much you've been sapped until you try to do a move again and you realize, oh, that did take more out of me.
Looks like he's going to go with the same method. Oh, it's just a little harder to keep that trajectory on point.
You see him spinning his head around as he's leaving the pinch to try and locate the crimp that he's trying to land on and coming up just short. And I mean, I think I'm surprised that he's not flipping around.
I'm pretty surprised as well. Again, this is one of those moments where perhaps, you know, he read this boulder with Ben, who did it that way as well. Oh, here. Oh, it looked like you. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
There we go. There
Yeah.
we go.
Is he? Isn't he?
Isn't he?
Oh, now I see. Nope.
Oh,
he nearly saved it.
Wow.
He nearly one-arm saved
I
that.
hope a photographer got that.
Yeah, that's a moment right there. Luke Muring. Wow, that was close to being a really, really good save. And now the clock is a factor. With a minute to go, he's not going to get quite the rest I think he's going to want.
But at this point, he really just needs to zone another look here at that almost successful attempt. But, oof, gosh, so close. So close. Ooh, my shoulders hurt for him.
Yeah, agreed. He's going to let it go down to almost 30 seconds. It's a quick climbing boulder, and this time maybe he's looking for a zone.
Yeah.
This is what he's after.
I also feel like through the cheering of the crowd, if he was paying attention, can kind of tell that maybe it wasn't topped. Like maybe people did well on it, but they didn't top it. So knowing that, the zone becomes even more key.
Right, you sort of hear the ooh, oh, instead of the sustained cheer of the top.
The roaring of the crowd. Oh man, I just feel like he did not rest as efficiently as he could have in order to make that happen.
Yeah, the couple of attempts spent trying that move with the wrong body logic are going to come back and bite him maybe a little bit. Not getting the zone there is going to put him a little bit further behind the other finalists.
Good efforts, though, from Luke Muring. Always fun to watch him climb. Unfortunate that he wasn't able to make that zone happen.
And that's part of the game.
Yeah.
Megan, you're going to have boulders. And you might have a round where you come into finals and, wow, it's not in your style and you're not having the night you were hoping you have. And if you, as we were saying a little bit earlier, that in retrospect, you'll be happy that you fought your way into finals. But in the moment, you know, you're thinking, oh, man, I just wanted to be on the podium. But it can't be your night every night.
100%. Ross Fulkerson taking some time to brush all those holds, always a smart move. Now, this is a boulder that I feel like at the end his height could be helpful. But again, all of the jumps and the swings, he's having to bring in his long legs. Wow, one-handed. Interesting. Could you? I guess it's a juggy pinch. It's not a full like pinch. So, but still. But I'm coming from someone who can't do a one arm, so my perspective might be a little skewed.
Yeah.
He can probably do 10.
It's true that you
in a row.
You might be able to just say, yeah, I only need to go one hand. You know, that was Sean's first attempt too. Is maybe it was just a test, a drive-by test. If you can hold half the swing and then have your second hand follow up. Sometimes it's easier to stick one than try and work out the coordination. Although your hands are going to the same place, you know, I'd like to see him adjust here.
I'm sure you will. The other thing, too, is like when you know that, oof, close there, little save. When you know that people are spending more time out on the boulders, almost was able to. Ow.
Yeah, it
Iron
looked like
cross.
he was trying to actually do that.
Stand that out. That would hurt. But when people are taking more time on the boulders, you know that people aren't flashing it. So you could do a test or attempt on your first try, which is way different when people are coming straight back. You know that,
It's
I
time to
can't
get
make a
things done.
mistake.
Yeah, there's no room for the error. It's you need to get moving. Ross could really do with the top here. This would put him in good shape, given especially thinking that he dropped the top on Boulder 1. It's in his mind. This would be both good for his scorecard and for his mental game.
And at this point, he probably knows that Bob did top number 1 because you can talk about what you've already been on with people who have already been on the boulder when you're back there if you want to. So it's definitely big, but he has a lot of time and he hasn't expended too much energy. Just needs to make sure he figures out how to get to that zone hold as efficiently as possible.
Wow, he caught that pinch right on the outside edge.
Oh
and
my
he is
gosh,
going to try and go static.
Ooh.
And over his head.
Ouch.
Yeah. Just a little hamstring wake-up call.
And not getting the zone here could be kind of wild.
Yes, that would flip the scorecard around a little bit.
It would, because now he'd kind of be in the same place as the men who didn't get the zone on the first boulder. Here's another look at how much he had to fight to catch the pinch this time. Really long on the arms there and came pretty far out. And again, like I was saying, being taller, you have more to catch and pull back into the wall.
35 seconds to go by the time he gets established here. Big deep breath from Ross.
Oh, foot slip there. Ow.
And that's why you leave a little window in your time management.
Though.
Yep. Bounced up and
no.
So the jitters now, Megan. He's thinking he's got a rush, and he does, but that's where the tiny mistakes come in.
Totally.
He does stick it. Ross Fulkerson, turn around.
Yeah, I feel like, oh my gosh, ow. So this is actually one of those times, which I don't see this from him a lot, but because he felt like he could maybe span it, he kind of got sucked into trying to climb this very tall. When if he had gone with just the Lachey, the campus Lachey, it might have been a little more successful for him.
A different story. So that's going to make the leaderboard look a little bit different than it did after boulder number 1. So after 2 boulders, Bob Countryman sitting at the top with 1 top and 2 zones. And then you see down the board there. We were going to be right back, Megan, with boulder number 3. Boulders down, 2 boulders to go here at the Yeti Climbing National Championships. We are in the bouldering final. If you're just joining us, we are starting off with the men for the boulder final. The women will be coming up right after. 6 finalists have been through 2 boulders, and here's where we stand right now. Dylan, Bob Countryman sitting on top of the leaderboard with 1 top and 2 zones, and then tops being expensive over the whole weekend. Now we see Hugo, Ross, and Sean and Ben Hanna all with 1 zone to put them in their 2nd to 5th. And Luke Muring yet to secure a zone. He's got 2 boulders left to do it. And we're going to get right back at it with Hugo Hoyer and boulder number 3.
Really excited to see the men on this boulder. a little less coordination-centric after that last one.
Yeah, this one's going to be a little more tension, definitely holding body positions. The holds are, I mean, there's not a lot to grab on any of these. There are a lot of flat panels, a bunchy start position, even those start holds. Megan, there's not even a lot of texture on that.
No, and yeah, like a very awkward start that might be harder for some than others to get into that box. Hugo doing a really good job right now, reading it well right off the bat and finding those positions well.
Yeah, that sort of internal shoulder flexibility makes a difference there, where you don't have to lean out from the wall and quickly into the zone. This is well read from Hugo.
Very well read, and so much control and really good tension and finger strength and just body control in general. Oof, that close-up makes the hold look so much worse.
Yeah, and you see just the half crimp position is, and then even now pressing away from it.
Yeah, extension in the fingers like that can actually be painful sometimes. As climbers, you do it a lot, but it doesn't always feel great.
And now look, this is an example of a small box.
Yes, this is a small box. Great example.
The tension required in there, and I know the angles don't come across to your screen at home, but this wall has a couple of angle changes that just make it uncomfortable to be in those positions. So right off the bat, you're getting pushed back farther than you need to, and then that change from the overhang to that more vertical position just puts you, you got to climb around the angles. And the way these holds are, as you said, there's not a lot to grab, so everything is pressing, you're under tension the whole way. This is a different kind of tired.
Yeah, you really just have that crimp. That's your kind of saving grace, which is the zone hold. But other than that, you're kind of trying to slowly maneuver your way through slopey, flat holds and really just try to sink into the right body positions to continue gaining moves on the boulder. It's like slow and steady movement throughout the whole thing.
And this is, if you've heard the expression, wrestling, pebble wrestling, boulder wrestling, this is the kind of movement that sparked that expression. Is it just looks like you're grabbing and pushing and fighting and moving through instead of grabbing and yanking and kind of dancing around.
Just fighting to get back over to that block.
Yeah, and you can see like
a
out of breath.
Yeah.
And it's maybe a hold your breath boulder on some of those moves.
I was about to say, when you're in those uncomfortable positions, it's not always easy to breathe because you feel like it might release some of the tension that you've created that's keeping you on the wall. So then you end up getting more winded than you realize, and then you find yourself back on the ground being like, plus there is a lot of altitude going on around, you know? We're in Colorado, which,
I mean, yeah, we're up there. And if you're used to training closer to sea level, you are going to notice the fact that you're at altitude.
100%.
Now, Hugo now, the clock has tipped past that 1 minute mark. And his first try was his best try.
Which is
Nothing
always
wrong with
great.
that.
Zone on his first try is great.
And there we see a slightly different approach to press out and doing it much quicker.
Nice, yeah, very clean. And then it's just going to be very subtle pressing up with that leg. Like, it's basically a pistol squat, but you have a little help from that crimp. And then you have to slowly get into that top hold with that toe hook that he has found, which is really good.
5
might
seconds,
be a
Megan.
Buzzer beater. Oh, no.
But he can't solve the unwind.
There's just a little... Wow, today, tongues are tied. A little indecisive with that move. I almost think you want to kind of clamp down with that toe hook and kind of pop into. I think that's one option. You probably can do it static too. But either way, you just need to commit.
Yeah, to commit to something where you can't actually grab to control your momentum is you have to take, and you saw him, as you say, hesitate. He was in good position. You're not going to get a whole lot better than that to make that last move. You're not going to get a whole lot taller up on the boulder. You just have to make the decision to do the thing that your brain doesn't really want to do.
100%.
Ben Hanna is refamiliarizing himself with the holds.
And these holds is always very important to brush when you've got a lot of those volumes specifically.
He's just reminding himself where those holds are if he's got to go out blind. A different approach. We could see 6 different ways to start this boulder.
Oh, 100%. So far, reading it really nicely. Needs to get up into that. He kind of lost his foot there, and it almost looked like he prematurely had to pop to it, like he would have wanted to be in a more steady position before he went. But
you had to rush it.
Yeah, he did what he needed to do as he felt himself kind of losing balance.
Yeah, you will sometimes see climbers give in to falling off and just saying, I'll take that and try again on the next attempt. And then you will sometimes see them fight to try and make something of it, because it's important to know what it feels like to sort of half stick or do something not in the perfect position, because you might never get the perfect position. So you saw, even though his foot was slipping, he committed to trying to finish the move, and maybe he learned a little bit more about this move as a result.
Nice, much better position that time.
Fighting into that crimp.
Really smooth getting over to that hold. It's going to go straight to standing up, didn't come down to it at all. Ooh, needs to readjust that foot though.
That
it's
right
kind of on
foot
the
is
edge.
right on the edge. What is he trying to find?
I think he wants to try to grab it and readjust. Ooh, but it's a little awkward.
And there's not quite enough room for the left foot. He's going to have to step it out. Yeah, shake it off, shake it off.
I like that. At this point, I think he knows what he needs to do. Just kind of frustrated with getting that foot a little lower than he wanted to on that hold.
Yeah, just, you know, you got to do what you need to do to stay in the right headspace, and that's, he's just going to feel the rhythm of the DJ in the room, and then come back around and get re-centered. Still a couple tries left. A bit of a slower climbing boulder, but definitely time for him to get 1, hopefully 2 if he needs them.
It honestly, it climbs slow but also fast. Like, you're moving slow, but you kind of get through the boulder quicker than you would assume. So I think, you know, getting on at a minute or 45 seconds would still be plenty of time to finish this boulder.
That is exactly what we're going to see. 1 minute to go. Ben Hanna, boulder number 3. Fighting for that foot position.
Moved his foot up higher that time, which made getting that crimp a little bit easier for him to keep that tension. Got that right foot up much higher this time.
Yeah.
Definitely executing a lot better. Oof. Little slip, really good save there.
Combination of fatigue and just difficulty.
Trying to find that toe hook. Nice. See if he can fight the barn door. Gonna try to crimp on that screw hole, which is valid and super smart to do. Definitely gonna make it happen.
Yeah, Ben Hanna psyched to get a top on boulder number 3. That was fun to watch.
Oh man, what fight. Why Ben's always so exciting to watch as a climber. I just saw Chris Danielson's face like, oof, that must have been, tough. Really great climbing there. Just another look you see. So those holes are screwed on with screws, and he's crimping where the screw hole, actually, yeah. It's kind of,
maybe
actually,
the space.
there's a space underneath where the seam is, actually, which is even more
money.
clever.
Yeah.
He's been really using those seams well.
By any means necessary to top a boulder.
Really great climbing.
Sean looking.
Typical blank stare.
It's tough to know what he's thinking, but you know
he's ready to climb.
He's ready to climb. Exactly.
That's for sure. That's one thing you don't have to question.
Yeah, whatever the process is, he is ready to top boulders.
Little bobble there, but nicely recovering from it. He went straight into that other volume. He didn't, everybody else went out there.
So into the crimp, half a move later, but making it work. You see him on
really
his tip.
Smooth.
Wow, that's typical Sean right there.
A very good example of the kind of movement he's so good at. And, you know, he makes it look so easy, but releasing like that is very difficult. Oh, a little bobble there, though.
Just got the angle wrong on the foot placement, but a fundamentally different approach to this boulder than the first two climbers. This is a good look at the way he started this boulder.
Kind of releases here into somewhat of a flag, really. No problem whatsoever. Just hops into it, pulls in, gets the foot back on like it's nothing.
Yeah.
When it's incredibly difficult.
Yeah, that's hard to do when you have a bucket in each hand.
Let alone a crimp and a palm press.
But, I mean, that's what World Cup level climbing looks like, is the ability to make those decisions and have them work for you. If you're not that strong, then you don't get to have that as one of your options. And it restricts what you're able to do or what you're even able to think about doing when you look at a boulder.
Choosing to ditch this chalk bag on this attempt, which kind of makes sense. He's only grabbing the one crimp and kind of pressing the rest of the way through. Not necessarily necessary, but...
And there's really no place to stop and chalk up anyway. You know, there's no.
This is true.
Yeah, and he does elect to go straight back to that. Just get this right foot placement a little bit cleaner. Yeah.
There we go.
Megan, we'll say it. We've said it already. We'll say it again. This is a man who flew in on jet lag
from Tokyo.
Ooh,
nice.
Just 2 days ago.
Just needs to find that right position to make a top. Gonna get that toe hook for some opposition.
There it is. Sean Bailey making great. Hey, a smile from the. Oh, I got one done.
He's got a few smiles in there.
That is going to be a well-needed top for Sean Bailey.
He looks a little tired though, which is fair. Again, flying in from Tokyo, long World Cup season. Great climbing from Sean Bailey.
Yeah, this is the last event, quote unquote, of his season. We were chatting earlier, and he's looking forward to taking proper time off.
Well-deserved time off for sure. Bob sprinting out, ready to get going on men's number 3. Already a top under his belt, which is a great position to be in.
And he's attacking this boulder. He's brushing quickly, wants to get up on it, and just there is that. It's a bit of a hallmark of the youth climbers sometimes, is they just come at every boulder with I mean, it's not that they don't have poise or they don't have that sense of patience. They know they've got a bundle of energy and they're excited to go after it.
I was gonna say, they just come at it with energy because they have so much energy.
Yeah, it's got to go somewhere, so you might as well use it to get up a boulder or two.
I love that each of them have started to get on the start and immediately looked to their, wait, where am I going again?
Where am I going?
Early slip there for Bob.
Decisions to be made on how far you want to span this. I don't know that we'll see anyone else do it the way Sean did, but man, you never know.
Yeah, he's in a different position than we've seen the other men get into.
I mean,
it definitely
he's
going
reaching
straight
more.
into that limits your balance on in between those volumes to enable you to get into that crimp. You really need that right hand to be pressing in order to keep trending to the right on the boulder.
Yeah, he looked like he was reaching, and there's nothing to pull you in. As you say, you have to be going that way already.
There we go. This is kind of far for him, huh?
Looking at the crimp. And he, maybe almost trying to go as a coordination move. You see him bring his right hand up at the same time as his left.
He definitely said he was under no pressure, but it looks like he might be starting to feel it because, he's having a great round. And when you start having a great round, that dream of the national champion being you becomes more real. So the minute things start going awry, it starts to get a little more stressful.
Yeah, if you think you feel it slipping away, then that desperation starts to become part of your climbing. And that's never a good thing. A sense of urgency, yes, but a sense of desperation or self-doubt, that, especially for a young competitor, you don't have, 6 or 7 years of high-level competition to draw back on. You've only got a handful. Although accomplished at this stage, being accomplished and being experienced are not necessarily the same thing.
Yeah, and I feel like he's not realizing he can maybe step that left foot up a little higher to get into the crimp without having to be dynamic, and he's trying to go at a dynamic approach, which could work. Oh, interesting right hand. It could work, but even if he does do it, it's going to expend so much more energy than he needs to.
Yeah, he's not really looking for footwork solutions. He's only looking up and looking for what he can grab. I think even there, Megan, he might just have been thinking, if I grab the zone with my right hand, I'll get zone points and I'll deal with it later.
And that's a good tactic. Yeah. No, he's trying to do like a foot stomp out right onto that volume. He's focusing on going off of his right foot, and he needs to have that left foot placed theoretically on the higher part of the volume to make it less spanny for him.
20 seconds now. It hasn't really...
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible, but definitely way more difficult.
And he's going to say thank you and move away. So that is going to add a little bit of interest to the leaderboard.
It definitely will switch it up a bit. But see, this is the thing about climbing. You know, they're all so strong. They're all so capable. You just misread something a little bit, and all of a sudden it goes from feeling doable to almost impossible. It's like he knows it's possible because he heard the cheers, and that means that he should be able to do it too. But all of a sudden you're misreading the body positions, and it's feeling more and more impossible.
And you stop thinking about what you should be thinking about, which is
just climbing, slowing
down and climbing. And you're now thinking about, what mistakes am I making, instead of the forward-looking approach of where do I need to go, what do I need to do. And as we mentioned, the desperation side of climbing makes you do things that don't lead to a top. They lead you to, I just need to grab the next hold and panic. And not that we want to oversell that set of attempts, but we did see it play out in I don't know what to do. I'm going to try 7 different things, but maybe not focus on the right thing. So see what Luke Muring is capable of.
A little slip early, but really needs to get some points on the board here because he hasn't gotten a zone yet. So let's see if he can make that happen here.
Zone would make him feel like he's back in the game.
Oh, trying to go a little more dynamic as well. But plenty of time to kind of go at a different approach if you can figure it out.
Keep your eye on the footwork. So that's the adjustments that need to be made, is get into the right position where you are established and able to hold the position that comes out of this. Unless you're going to hop into it like Sean did, you need to make sure that you've got your feet in the right place. So keep an eye on the footwork. We've got both Dylan and Luke here were electing to go left foot low, right foot high, and not really looking like they were giving a lot of thought to what to do with their feet.
And Sean was on that farther volume, which made that opposition a bit better to be able to kind of hop up into that once he got on the crimp, and also put him in a better place to get the leverage to press up and use that extra reach that the press will create, because when you're on that one that's closer, it kind of limits your extension of your arm.
And it's actually moving you in the wrong direction.
Exactly.
It's pushing you to the left.
See if he can adjust here. Looks like he wants to go out there.
Yeah,
he's
eyeing it up.
There we go.
Now we're talking.
We've got some points on the board for Luke Muring.
And there we go. If he can keep his wits about him. Luke Muring moving well here. Finding that funky little toe hook.
Top would be so big for him here. He's in a nice position.
Just climbing so carefully. Looking at that, as you pointed out, Megan, I think the seam there affords a bit of a thought. Luke Muring is going to get a top.
Nicely
Boulder
done.
number 3. Excellent work from Luke, and that is going to have an equally interesting effect on the leaderboard. Remember that the live scoring is at play, so if you want to go to USA see results, you will find the Yeti 2022 Bouldering Nationals, and you can follow along essentially after every attempt, and then definitely after each climber finishes their boulder, you will know what's going on. Ross, focusing back out, our last climber on boulder number 3.
Kind of wild that we're already on our last climber on number 3.
Big deep breath.
Now, I would imagine, even though he is so flexible, the start might be feel a little awkward for him. I think he's going to be fine through it, but I feel like it's going to be the section of the boulder that might feel the most awkward.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be in a good spot to press up into the crimp and have lots of room between his fingertips to not be overstretched on the shoulders. But see what he does in the beginning, electing to go right out to the right first, maybe to eliminate that squishy body position.
Really nicely done. Kind of not in the right position to move out to that farther right hand. That makes it so much easier to get into the zone hold. Mildly counterintuitive. You're like, wait, I need to go farther to get more comfortable to go
to be closer.
Higher?
Yeah. Part of the learning of a boulder like this. And I enjoy the different places where boulders will make you fall off. So you're putting 100% effort in to stay compacted in this position, and then you have this slip and you're on the ground, and you've only gained like a foot of upward momentum, and this is where the business of this boulder is. So you're full tension, full effort, and then you're on the ground.
Yeah, the main cruxes are kind of like right off the bat and then at the end. Much better.
Yeah, climbing a bit tall there for sure.
Yep,
making
still
that
plenty
reach.
of time.
And I don't know, as a judge, I think you got to give him the zone there. He did use it to move his right hand on the palm press, so a close one though. What is this? Oh my goodness.
Very interesting. Smart.
An example of the flexibility that you were talking about.
Oh, that was cool. It could work, but then you're kind of out of sequence, but at least you would get the zone.
Yeah, that's as far outside of the box as you might get. Will he try it again? He's similar to the first boulder, where the very first move isn't all that taxing. He's just like racking up one attempt after another after another. And he's gonna reject that right foot stab. I think maybe that was just an attempt to get a zone, and it looks like he's gonna go back to the sequence that is most likely to get him past that move instead of simply into that move.
Definitely a smart move.
I know you're thinking you wish he would take a slightly longer rest on at least one of these. 1 minute.
Yeah, he kind of has been climbing the entire time.
This looks, the right foot. I think maybe that was a knowing smile. He's like, I'm gonna go out a little bit higher into this press, and that's gonna be my ticket. So, but time is not on Ross's side at the moment. Keep the right foot established. That's the zone, if it wasn't already. 30 seconds now, enough time, Ross. Just gotta keep it together, not enough.
But at least the zone, and he doesn't know that, he knows that he wanted a top, but he's got a zone on every boulder so far. So really now at this point, he just needs a top.
He just needs a top to round that out. Oh, sorry, not a zone on boulder 2.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's
right.
true. My bad. Oh yeah, that was so surprising.
The sudden memory comes flooding back. It's like, oh my goodness.
No.
Yeah, that's what happens there. So after 3 boulders, Megan, 1 to go. We are looking at basically everything to play for on the last boulder. Sean, Ben, Dylan, and Luke all with 1 top. Sean, Ben, and Dylan with 2 zones, Luke with 1. Everything to play for on the last boulder, Megan. We'll be back just as soon as you think.
So yeah, we've been testing out the new catch and hold system from the Truku IQ Plus. with the IQ Plus, you know, you're just able to stop there, rest, shake out, try to figure out the moves, and yeah, really excited to have this new device in our gym. It's going to just really help us to continue growing the sport.
Whether you're alpine climbing or cragging after work, Gnarly Nutrition is here to help you push your possible.
Three boulders down, one boulder to go. Sean Bailey currently on top of the leaderboard, one top, two zones, and the attempts are making the difference here between Sean, Ben, and Dylan. Luke Muring right on their heels with one zone. Atop here, Megan puts almost everybody in a position to strike for the podium.
Yeah, so true. It's interesting. It's another very difficult round. There were so many years where it was coming down to attempts and multiple men doing all of the boulders in a final. So it's refreshing to see them have to fight really hard for zones and tops.
And 2 tops and 3 zones is an average World Cup final round. You can't be expected to come into every final and do top 4 boulders. That's never in the cards. So having 2 tops and 3 zones is a stout round, but it's definitely right in the bookends of what you could expect to see at a national. Wow!
He read that perfectly. I wonder if that's exactly what he read, or if he was just reacting to how his body was flowing, because I kind of can't tell if it's one or the other, but excellently done, and already quickly to the zone.
Yeah, that's the right hand reaction to keep him in there. Wonderful piece of instinctive climbing. This last move, we're going to see a lot of examples of it, but this is a spicy finish. Hugo Hoyer, are we going to see a flash?
Wow.
Yes, we are.
So much
Just
control
got to get the match.
there. And you know what? No matter where he ends up, he had an amazing first final in a Bouldering Nationals final at the elite level. He's got to be so excited with his climbing tonight.
Yeah,
that was fun.
That was fun. An excellent read of the opening and then full commitment to take him through. So 1 top and 3 zones puts him back up in good company. But of course we have to see what Ben, Sean, Dylan, Luke, and Ross can do on boulder number 4.
And that's one of those moments where we're like, oh, okay, that was a flash. I'm coming out right away. I feel like Ben had a little smirk on his face as he was walking up onto the pads, just already knowing like, oh, game time.
Game time, and you know the boulder, you know what's coming, you know if it's in your style or not.
I think this boulder is in everyone's style. I don't think there is a man competing here tonight that can't do this boulder. I mean, I guess I'm saying that I think this boulder will be topped by everyone.
It did sound like you were saying that without actually coming around and saying it, so I'm not going to hold you to it, but
I would be surprised. I don't think everyone's going to flash it necessarily, but it's definitely something very much in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, the last move you saw Hugo go full commitment. If you under commit, you're not going to get high enough to stick the last hold. So you're, yeah.
Didn't quite engage enough on that zone hold when he got it. His right arm was a little straighter than it needed to be. If he had pulled it in just a little bit, I think he would have been in a better position.
And it's a good example of all 4 pieces of tape on the same start hold. We talked about it a little bit earlier about getting the right amount of momentum. We were talking about it on the pinch move and on the first boulder. So you got enough jump to get you up there, but not so much jump that you're carrying momentum you can't control. You can tell there the right-hand side pull is not good enough to just jump into and turn your brain off. You need to be in the right position.
And that's what Hugo did perfectly. He was at the right height. Oh, interesting, going a different method. catching it high enough. Hugo is 5'11", Ben is 5'9", so that means Ben's going to have to jump a little bit higher in order to get high enough on that zone. We'll see if he tries going to that blue hold again. I highly doubt it. There, a little.
Not quite.
Tried to save it there. He just needs to get up a little higher off of that first 1-2 into that 3 movement onto the zone.
Onto the
hold
zone.
That's red.
And just needs to apply maybe a little more spring.
Yeah.
It looks, he looks fatigued, for sure.
I mean, he did work really hard on that last boulder.
Yes.
That should be it.
There.
Slowed down just enough. You could see it. Nicely done. Now just needs to execute for these finishing moves.
Both the left hand and the right hand here are decent enough, but you need to want to bear down.
The right hand's quite good. That left hand is a little more of like a slopey crimp that's not as deep as you want it. So kind of crossing and turning around on it. It's not terrible, but you kind of want it to be better.
Yeah, and you see there an excellent look. It's flat.
But then you're like, get to this, and there's that saving grace, because that pinch is quite good.
And drive by Ben Hanna.
Oh, nice. Gotta get. No!
Oh, the crowd,
no.
you, me, and Ben all said no in unison.
No. I don't think I've ever screamed so loud in my microphone.
Oh, and now you've got to come back from the edge.
Oh, heartbreaking. I mean, 2 tops could be a podium.
Yeah. So he's going to take it down, I would imagine, to 30 seconds. It climbs quickly.
It climbs quickly, but hopefully his body remembers how he did that first move right away.
Yeah, this is a telling moment.
Come on, Ben.
It's time to dial up the energy. Hopefully not think too much about the miss.
Dang, just not high enough. Gonna go again though.
And I'd love to hear the crowd get behind him a little more here, but they've gone a bit, maybe a bit in shock. Ben has emptied the tank on boulder number 4.
That's heartbreaking.
Agonizingly close to a top. One hand on, but not able to control it enough to match. Ben Hanna is going to go have a seat alongside Hugo with 1 top and 3 zones. So maybe not the round he pictured coming in.
But still great climbing from him throughout the round. Lots of fight. Heartbreaking to lose a top one hand. He was even holding the swing back, and at the last second, just lost it.
I truly believe that was about to be done.
Oh, man.
Sean Bailey with a smile and a nod about the boulder that he knows is coming. You are right in the mix of it on the start of this boulder. They're breathing down your neck at this point.
You've got people sitting on the stands. Wow, on the pads.
On the pads, yeah, and they're piled up in the corner. And then you also have your other finalists are sitting just across from you, able to now cheer you on. Sean Bailey, boulder number.
Looks like he just kind of lost his balance there. So it's interesting because obviously that hold that they're starting on is good, but they do have it to where there's a ridge blocking it, so they can't like just flat stand there and go. They're kind of at this weird angle.
Yeah, it's annoyingly uncomfortable to get off of that start hold in the direction you want to be going.
That just looked a little too fast.
Couple deep breaths, so gotta get recentered here. Sean Bailey, top here would catapult him to the top of the leaderboard. There we go. Yeah.
Hand just slipped as he was trying to do that palm press.
I've definitely seen Sean do more difficult, more powerful moves. You know it's in his realm of capability, no doubt. It's just finding it in the moment you need to find it.
Yeah, and again, just long season and all that, but I will say this opening move, you kind of can't tell that the wall is kind of kicking back a bit. as they're trying to set up to jump, so it kind of makes the trajectory a little weird with the angle of how that hold is. So they're kind of being pushed back a little and trying to push over there. Oh no, man, he's so close.
And
it's like he's, I know he needs to jump, but it's almost like maybe he needs to dial it back just a tiny bit.
Yeah, is he overshooting the side pull? And then getting too far to the right so that that palm isn't really helping. He's just kind of skipping off of it with his left hand.
Man, I stand kind of corrected. I mean, all these moves are so in their wheelhouse. I'm kind of surprised that it's kind of fumbling everybody a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you're sort of immediately wrong about, you know, and I was in the same, I was
well,
with you.
It's interesting because I was talking to the root setters earlier and they were having so much discussion about the ending and being unsure about putting that finish hold because it's so in their wheelhouse, you know? So my perspective was maybe a bit skewed.
And I'm with you on that as well. I thought exactly the same thing. Is they're going to get up there and they're going to dunk this bucket and be fine with it. But
I mean, it's still hard, but it's just like it's a move they've all done. I mean, they've done it in previous rounds already today and yesterday.
Sean, there we go, controlling the swing.
Needs to make sure he doesn't rush it on any of this part.
Looks like he is.
I know.
Doesn't need to. He does climb with a lot of swingy momentum.
He does.
Sean Bailey with the low foot. One hand. There's a top for Sean Bailey. Coming down with 30 seconds to go.
I feel a little vindicated now.
Yep, I'm with you, and I think Sean does as well. 2 tops, 3 zones. Well, that puts him up at the top with 3 climbers to come, 2 of whom can make work for a podium. So it is going to get interesting as we play out. It's
a really close competition.
Yeah, I feel that Ross is with it. You know, if Dylan and Luke don't top and Ross does, that puts him up into a playable position. He'll get a zone and an extra top that'll make him fight with Ben. So that sort of
there's so
second,
many
third
questions.
place, there's options. There's options.
That's too much math for me.
Follow along on the live scoring up, and as we won't have an answer for you until we have 1 climber to go on what that final podium is going to look like, and that's how you want a national championships to come down to. It's fun to have it decided on the last boulder, and it's fun to have it decided maybe even in attempts on the last boulder. You don't want to have the storybook written on boulder 2 and people are just putting in the motions on boulder 3 and 4. Everybody here has got a fighting chance.
Yeah, it's really exciting. Dylan, or I guess Bob, not Dylan.
It's both are fine.
Both are fine. But
you were saying earlier that his own mother.
I know.
His own mother.
That's what they told me. They said that his own mother has been calling him Bob, so I'm gonna call him Bob.
Missed it, but saved it.
Really nice save.
Oh, Bob Dylan. The crowd is right away behind him.
Nice. Ooh, he almost like overshot that pinch a bit. He was on that slippery part.
Easily up, a flash of boulder number 4.
Was that like 15 seconds?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
From start to top, that is as quick as you ever need to get up a boulder. That's going to put Dylan on top of the leaderboard.
Really nice climbing. He's going to be really happy with his performance here tonight.
He's just ahead of Sean on attempts, and now can only be knocked down to 3rd.
Wow.
And I think not even. Yeah, 2 tops and 3 zones, 2 tops and 3 zones for Sean. Hugo with 1, Ben with 1. I think Luke Murin can make a fighting attempt to get up with 2, and Ross will get 1 top if he tops this boulder. So excellent writing his own ticket. Dylan Countryman with a flash of boulder number 4.
Really impressive climbing here. Then more to come later on this week.
Yeah.
Got speed tomorrow, lead starting on Saturday with our broadcast on Sunday for semis and finals for lead.
And some of these boulders we're going to see coming out in the lead event.
Yep.
They're multi-sport athletes. Ben was saying he's in the best lead shape of his life and the worst bouldering shape of his life. So
interesting.
He's been focusing on lead climbing, and this is just something that you needed to do it, and he was testing to see whether or not his power had maintained, and he was saying he felt definitely lower on the power scale than he did last year at this time, but he's been spending so much time focusing on route climbing that that's his focus for the weekend. So it'll be exciting to see what he does coming into the lead event. Dylan is going to secure the gold medal spot.
Yeah, he obviously doesn't know it yet, but he is going to have his dreams come true tonight, which is really awesome for him.
Very, very exciting for a young crusher.
Yeah,
the future is bright.
The future is very bright. That'll give him a lot of momentum going into the next comps later, or actually in the new year.
Which is just around the corner.
It really is.
I mean, Christmas is just around the corner.
I can't wait. It's my favorite holiday.
Luke Muring here, looking to see if he can get himself a spot on this third place podium. Looks like Sean is going to be confirmed in that silver medal position with 2 tops and 3 zones. Luke Muring can earn himself a bronze medal here.
Podium is always what you want to get on. Oh, the better attempt that time. Looks like he's kind of figuring out the momentum there. How much he needs to jump.
Just taking a little break. Keeping the arms moving, get that blood flow. You're starting to feel the fatigue of the round, of the day.
There we go.
Excellent. Excellent control, not overshooting the zone. And then not loving the crimp.
Not loving it. Is worse than it seems, and Luke really is the only one who can shake up that third place spot right now. So is he going to make it happen?
I mean, I'd like to think so.
Oh,
wow, there it is. Luke Muring, excellent work.
Nicely done.
A very, very good save to top Boulder number 4 and earn himself a podium spot. Fantastic composure after a really rough start to the round.
The first 2 boulders, no points. That is a huge comeback in the round. Really impressive.
Yeah, of thinking about what he was going through after the first and second boulder, the mental clawback to do what needed to be done and top the last 2 boulders. Wonderful stuff. You're looking at your podium right there. Ross Fulkerson, let's not forget the day that he's had, the comp that he's had this far. He's coming out. He's going to try and top this boulder, of course, because you always do. Finish off in good style.
Yeah, you always want to finish off strong, and like I said earlier, every man in this competition is capable of topping this boulder, and I'm sure Ross will. Obviously not the round he wanted, but he did have 2 previous rounds that were great, and he's had a great season as well. So you can't win them all, but you got to keep it in the game, and getting into finals consistently in any competition is always where you want to be.
Anybody can qualify into finals in any of those 6 positions, so that he's going for the sloper that we saw Ben try once. You don't want to equate qualified for finals in first, therefore I should win the comp. Like,
no.
None of the finalists think that.
Nope.
Once you're in, the slate is back at 0, and you just come in and put the look at this, just basically taking all the momentum out of it.
Interesting.
But that's a bad hold.
It is, and I'm surprised he's continuously going for it. I would assume he would have talked to somebody about it in the preview. So it is even more surprising due to that, but I feel like he might change his mind now. It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Now he's got it.
But that angle showed the inside of his left forearm looked like it had
know.
really bad
Hold rash.
boulder burn. Yeah.
Oh, boulder burn.
Boulder
I
burn,
like
yeah.
that.
Rope burn, but
Yeah.
not.
But like maybe worse.
Maybe worse, yeah. Just looking at the clock.
Just not getting that trajectory exactly right yet, but plenty of time to do so. Oh, wow.
And he stuck it.
Ross.
Oh my goodness, that is not
Nicely
the
done.
easiest way to do that
Definitely
move,
not,
but
but hey.
Ross absolutely making it work. A couple Couple deep breaths here. Commit to this crimp. You see him going more square than anyone else.
Let's end this boulder this round with a top.
Managing to keep his feet on. Megan, look at that. Doing that boulder like no one else did. Ross Fulkerson taking us out in great style. No podium love, but a lot of love from this spot crowd here in Denver, Colorado. And now I think you're seeing the realization start to tip in all the podium seats. These are the climbers that we're looking at, and they are putting the pieces together of where they sit. Bob, even a couple deep breaths there is like, you are now the 2022 Bouldering National Champion. Dylan Countryman, what an excellent performance. Sean Bailey showing some real grit to keep it locked in until the last boulder for that silver medal position. And Luke Muring, again, after getting shut out on boulders 1 and 2, came to third place with excellent work. So now we're going to do a presentation for our podium.
In second place, taking home silver, Sean Bailey. And in first place, bringing home the gold medal, Dylan Countryman. Middle is best. Let's hear it for them one more time, Denver. We are just moments away from taking it from the top for the ladies. I think we got it. Let's go. All right, y'all sit tight. We'll turn that music up, refill the beer, take a moment, deep breath. We'll jump back in.
That was your podium. We are going to do a little bit of work to reset the women's boulder that was crossed over, and we are going to hear from Megan and your 2022 Boulder National Champion, Dylan Countryman.
Bob, we talked about it earlier about how amazing it would be to walk away as a national champion. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling awesome. Like, this crowd, for how small this is, for how small this building is, the crowd brought the hype, and it was super fun. It's awesome.
You had an excellent couple days of climbing, and we talked about earlier how last season you came out for your first lead season and it didn't go according to plan, and to come out here and really put all of your hard work to the test. How does that make you feel going into lead? Because I know you're doing lead as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a relief, because I'm looking even better for making the team. So it's a bit of a relief, but I still gotta stay humble and bring the psych for lead and stay in it.
About halfway through the round, you started to kind of struggle for the first time. How were you feeling in that moment, and how did you recover and just really bring it at the end of the round? Wait, sorry, say it again. When you were struggling a little bit on the one boulder, not being able to really find the right movements to get into that zone, how did you come back from that and really put all of your skills to the test and be so successful?
It was all in my training. Moments like that have happened in the past where I messed up and I didn't get a zone or anything. I let it get to me, and I gave up. And this time I was like, no, I'm not gonna give up. I'm still in this, and I just had to go and perform.
Well, I'm so glad you didn't give up, and I'm so excited for you. Congratulations on becoming the Bouldering National Champion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wise words from such a young competitor, able to bounce back, leaning back into his training. Here it is, your national champion, Dylan Bob Countryman, Sean Bailey with the silver medal position, and Luke Muring bringing home that bronze. Rounding out the top 6, Hugo Hoyer, Ben Hanna, and Ross Fulkerson. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on to the women's bouldering final very, very soon. Expect the same amount of excitement. Megan, I mean, it's the same gym, it's the same crowd, it's the same angles. Now we get to see the women throw down and see what they've got for our finish to our bouldering final.
We fight the battles no one hears about.
We drop into the middle of firefights to rescue others.
And act as one-man air traffic control towers.
We're the ones who go before all others. Join the fight.
Since 1966, we have viewed walls not as obstacles, but as opportunities. From the big walls of Yosemite to the high peaks of the Himalaya, we were searching for a personal kind of freedom. In this pursuit, we found a community, strengthened by different stories, experiences, and perspectives. This community has shown us that the only way forward is together.
We are getting ready for the women's finals to start here at the spot in Denver after that very exciting men's round. And we are starting this show tonight with none other than Alex Johnson, who will be coming out first. Here's a quick look at those semifinals results. Annie Sanders in first, Chloe Koskoy second, Kyra Condi third, Kylie Cullen fourth, Mira Capacchione fifth, and Alex Johnson sixth. And she is walking out right now, getting ready to start her finals round. Definitely a crowd favorite. Can't really decide which brush she's gonna grab first to start brushing off the holds. Not necessarily something she needs to do, as she is the first climber coming out right now. As we get our first look at women's number one. Another one of those dual textured holds, so she needs to be very specific on where she stands to get on this boulder, because she wants to stay on the textured part, because that shiny part is quite slippery, a little awkward too, kind of similar to men's number 3 and how kind of squatty it is to start.
They want to put them in an uncomfortable position to start their final round. Seeing what you can deal with. Different types of movement patterns, different types of challenges. As we mentioned watching the men climb, we're really looking to test lots of different styles. So the difficulty is basically equivalent between all the finals boulders, but when you come across something not in your style or doesn't fit how you like to climb, that's when you're going to see people really fighting to get zones and tops.
Alex taking advantage of those seams to get established, which is really smart. Definitely in a better position now. She's on the boulder and she can start making her way. Just establishing was a little tricky. She is 5'9" with a +3, so quite tall. So trying to get her legs in that position without pushing her away from the wall. You got Melina Costanza right there watching her, Alex's girlfriend. And a fellow competitor, obviously former Bouldering national champion, and she's probably going to join us later, so we're really excited about that.
Super excited to get that perspective from, you know, someone who was in this position just 1 year ago.
Yeah, exactly. It's cool. It's been really cool seeing them support each other as well. I know Alex went to a lot of the World Cups this past season that Melina was competing in, which was really awesome.
Yeah, it's cool to have, like, your teammates and your coach and everything are, you know, that's the support structure you're used to during a competition season, but having that little bit of family, having that little bit of, you know, it's a different kind of support. It's the person that you can vent to about the things that you maybe can't necessarily vent to your coach or your competitors about, and it gives you an outlet to feel like a little piece of home has come along with you.
Even nicer when that family is someone who knows exactly what you're going through because they've been through it before too.
Yeah, that's
there we go. Oh,
just
off balance a tiny bit.
1 degree is all you need to be tipped out when you have nothing to grab to reestablish yourself. You don't have to get too far off of your plumb line to be unrecoverable, basically.
And looking at the boulders in the round, this is definitely not the one I would think she would be super psyched on. Definitely something I know she's capable of doing, but this opening section is not really what she'd be really psyched on. I mean, after qualifier. She was like, "Did you see I did the slab?" I was like, "I did see it."
Yeah, she likes to bend her arms. She likes to, get her really physical style of climbing involved.
Good save there.
Great save.
Reading it nicely. That press is really tricky, though. I almost think an inside flag in there would be nice.
No.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Hashtag inside flag. Giving it a brush to go and get back through 30 seconds. Not the kind of boulder you can really rush on, but one you want to hustle on.
Getting to the zone, though, is definitely key.
Even just, the tap through gets easier every time. Each move
Once
gets a
you
little more
find it.
familiar.
She's going to have to move if she's going to get to that zone, though. Let's see if she can make it happen this time.
5 seconds.
Oh, so close.
I don't know. She's going to look
She's
at the
like,
judge.
I don't
Even
know.
that face is like, I don't know. Do you know? The judges are talking about it. And
Not
they're
gonna
not
get it.
going to give her the
I
zone.
mean, I don't think I would have given her the zone
No.
as well, but you always got to wait and see. She did try.
Yeah, that is sort of the...
She's like, did I get it?
Yeah, you kind of give the judge a little bit of a, yeah, I got it, right? You know you want to give me that. But I was sort of falling away the whole time, hand on the hold, but never really showing that she had stopped her momentum in any direction. So the right call from the judge for sure, but it's in that moment you really hope they're going to give it to you.
She kind of didn't have a lot of time to prove that she kind of controlled it as well.
It's true.
Mira Capicchione stepping up for her first boulder in her first finals round in a bouldering nationals at the elite level. Another successful youth competitor. She was at Youth World Championships, was 11th in lead this year there, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah,
nice. That's a
very
very nice
notable.
result. Yes. It's so cool. So many of these youth athletes have such great international results on the youth side, and I think it really does prepare them to do well in the elite arena.
No doubt. The Youth World Championships is coming up on a par with national championship. You're competing against people with more experience than you when you're climbing on the open level, but the Youth World Championships is absolutely no joke. Those are the future World Cup stars from around the world.
Nice foot switch. I was thinking about how that, if you have your left foot there, it'd probably put you in a better position to get into, using flexibility to get to the zone. Very smart climbing here by Mira. Oh, nice look at that jug underneath that you get to go to next.
Yeah, that's an inviting move around the corner. An excellent use of what we've been talking about through the total of the men's round, which is climbing to your strengths. If you've got the mobility, if you've got the flexibility, do what works for you.
It might be a toe catch, actually.
Mira moving very carefully. There's no super comfortable spot here. The wall does kick you into a funny angle here. And yes, you are correct. That is a toe catch.
More of a, it'll be interesting to see if people connect that toe catch. I don't think you have to. I think the way she did it is probably the smarter way. See if she can get, so close.
Oh, right
really
there.
nice climbing there. I got to chat with her earlier, and she said a lot of cool things about what it's like to be in this competition, especially in the final.
It's really exciting, a little bit overwhelming, because this is, like a lifelong goal. I've been wanting to do this since I first started climbing, since I was like 10, and it's kind of unreal to be able to climb with everyone. That would be insane. I can't even believe that could happen for anyone. That's crazy.
Can you just throw in being the national champion would be crazy?
Okay, being the national champion would be crazy.
Yeah.
Excited to.
We knew that's what she was referring to, of course, but just
I loved her initial reaction to me saying, what would it be like to be the national champion? She's like, that's crazy.
That would be
It'd be crazy for anyone. It's crazy. I love it. Definitely a possibility for her. Just needs to get back up to the end. She climbed that opening section, the whole boulder really well. She just has to make sure she remembers everything that she did, because she did do it so effortlessly. Sometimes you can kind of forget, but hopefully she was paying close attention to that and is able to execute again.
You know, you can just sort of gloss over the, yeah, so I got to the zone, and then, you know, here I am at the top again. But it looks like, yeah, the foot swap, very similar, and the stab out.
Very nicely done.
Just, I mean, yes, of course, taking your time.
It has to be very delicate on that hold. The white parts are all slippery, and it's not a lot of room for you to stand there in that awkward position, setting up for the jump. Not a lot of time.
No, and then you, looking at finishing quickly, 10 seconds, gotta hustle, and the last move, you can't rush too much.
No time to chop.
Don't chop.
Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go.
Mira.
Gotta go. Oh, that was exciting, though.
It
really
would have been just in time. Really right. Great effort from Mira. And just getting a taste of what it's like to work towards your dream. A zone, of course, very functional there. You want to stay in the running, get as many points on the board as you can.
Kylie Cullen coming out for her first attempt on women's #1. See if she can read this one well. Definitely capable of it.
Yeah, there's no surprises in the final, Megan. All 6 women
are so capable.
Are very capable.
It really comes down to if you do read things quickly the right way.
And you're also coming out of a very stout semifinal round where, you know, the top 2 spots got 2 tops and everyone else only got 1. So you're feeling mentally a little beat up. I haven't touched the top of a lot of boulders this weekend. I really am excited to go grab some finish jugs and hear the crowd get behind me. You know, we heard on the, I believe it was Hugo talking about, you know, playing off the emotion of the crowd and being careful not to let it carry you away. But everybody wants to top a boulder and hear the crowd erupt behind them, and there has not been a lot of that this weekend.
Yeah, it's been hard to get those tops. Definitely making them work for it. Kylie chose to stand up on that start hold and then kind of stab out to that small foot. I think might be a little more difficult just because the foot isn't amazing and there's only so much texture on it. So yeah, definitely a better adjustment. She wasn't really so stable on the textured part of the start hold on that attempt, so that's an easy fix for her next attempt.
Yeah, just a little bit too close to the edge, trying to create space to get all 4 limbs in there.
Yeah, it's a small space.
You want to leave a little bit of room. And then, yeah, the earlier reach out, that's going to serve her much better.
See if she reads that foot swap here. It's definitely, it sets you up to not have to do it so dynamically. Nice use of the volume there too to press and alleviate some of the pressure on her foot. Didn't read the foot first, but nicely into what was likely the intended beta from the setters.
Yeah, the walk through. And then
setting up for that jump.
Yeah, Mira didn't get that left foot up. Kylie making no mistakes, almost maybe even over jumping that.
Yeah.
You're excited
Too
after
much
getting
power.
through the slow climb to get to pop a little bit here.
Now that one red scoop hold she's on is a lot better than the one she's going to. Lost a bit of the tension there on the toe hook, but still has plenty of time to get back up there. Didn't seem too taxed getting there. Let's take another look at that jump. Definitely more jump than she probably
Full
needed.
bend in both
but
arms.
Really smart, and we saw Mira do this as well. Cupping the left side makes it so you're pretty locked in when you land on that hold. So
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of risk of them
flying off
of that hold.
Well, unless they don't cup it, that might make it a bit harder. A little more risky.
Which is one of the elements that we want to test.
Yes.
We want to test power, we want to test coordination, we want to test how your mental game is, and we want to test how you deal with risk. Are you willing to take on some of the risk that's involved in making the committed moves on a boulder? It is one of the tools in the Route Setter's bag of tools in order to cut this field from 100 plus to 20 to 6 to 3 for your pull.
100%. Making, I think, quick enough movement through the boulder right now to make it to the end before that time. You just saw her take a peek at the clock real quick. Nicely into there.
You don't want to be too far away from the finish when you hear the beeps of the last 5 seconds, getting a little bit further over, and maybe a heel hook. Yes, that's going to lock her in. A great save.
Still had to fight there. Nicely done by Kylie Cullen.
Excellent composure at the top of that boulder to not rush to match. Took the time to put the heel up, even with that clock ticking down in your peripheral vision. Real composure.
So cute. You see her mom there filming her.
Front and center.
It's nice too, because like you're saying, it's so much closer in here. So it's not that often that the audience is that close to the competitors. It's been a long time since we've had that. So it's kind of cute and intimate, and you know, when you have family members, significant others standing right there, and you can see them, and you can kind of make eye contact and be like, "Woohoo! I'm crushing it!
Look at me
awesome.
doing the thing!" Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's that sort of the ability to hear one or two voices that you recognize as well when the crowd is far away, and you know, everything sort of melds into one. But when you can see Kyra make very quick work on the start of this boulder, and maybe gonna go without the foot swap. Yeah,
Nicely
that worked.
done.
That really worked.
Oh, kind of lost her balance there. By putting both hands there, she was forced to have to like really press, and then with her hips turned into the wall, it kind of messed up the leverage that she could have had before.
But she unlocked the start of this boulder immediately.
Yeah, really nicely done.
Looking very comfortable in any type of no hands position. Is just years of training to get comfortable in those positions where you can
there she goes.
Trust your feet. And yeah, she stutter stepped that, and I think is underselling how far it is. So where we saw Kylie be careful enough to put her left foot up on the crimp to make that position, Kyra's thinking, I'm pretty springy, I'm pretty burly, I'm just going to go get it. But that right foothold's not that good.
But also, I feel like because she's got her hips into the wall, the other women were more square and jumping to the side, whereas she's having to jump kind of forward. And I think that trajectory is not what you want. So we'll see if she's able to adjust that and get in a better position. I mean, she could still make it work this way. I just think it's awkward.
Yeah,
it can't get you high enough.
True. And Kyra, someone who has been to the Olympics and has been in this place before, it's been a little while, and she's super psyched to be back.
Yes, especially in the bouldering.
I'm super psyched to be back in the final. I feel like I've had some unlucky nationals in general, and so it felt really good to just, you know, be on top of my game today and feel like I was in the right mental space and actually compete well and feel like I showed my strength.
Yeah, it's really hard when you've been here before and then to have a year where you don't make it back and you think that you weren't able to show people what you're capable of, and that's the Kyra that we're familiar with.
Yeah, nicely done there. Really good execution. I still think maybe the other approach would be a little easier, but it doesn't matter if you do the boulder. She wants to do toe. Ooh, that. Oh,
nice. The vice grip came down. That left hand controlled almost all of the original swing.
That was great. That toe made me worried that it was going to be a little too wild, but she does have extremely strong hands, so
and a really
not
good
surprised.
The core control there.
Yeah.
And she took all the swing out, but just watching that left hand clamp down, that was impressive.
Very impressive.
The finish hold is not a jug. It's good enough, but we've seen a couple of climbers feel the need to get a heel and a toe and be extra careful. So that very strong piece of climbing, of course, she'll be excited to put that one away.
100%.
Chloe Koskoy now coming out. For boulder number 1, just 20 years old.
It is wild because we've seen these athletes compete for like a few years now on this circuit. And then to just still be 20 years old, it's wild. It seems like they should be older, but they all start at like 15, 16, so it ends up making sense.
Yeah, it's tough to...
So actually, really smart approach, I think. Especially being a bit taller. She didn't have to get so boxed up.
Yeah, and it's going to have to reverse it back down to that
Yeah,
hold
but
anyway.
I think it's working.
Yeah, she did what was her instinct to do, and I mean, really just hopped up in there, no problem.
Yeah, looks like a good method to me. She has very strong legs too, so kind of playing to what she has in her wheelhouse. She did a lot. A lot of the climbers have mainly been climbers, but she's done so many other sports. Like, I know she was doing track at one point, I think volleyball even. So when you have some of that, I think it changes, you know, some of the muscles you develop and how you develop them.
Yeah, I completely agree that being a little bit, you know, outside of climbing just teaches you different, even movement patterns. Chloe Costco is looking
for
like
a flash.
Oh, did she rush it?
Yeah, well, we've seen it go better if you get the foot up instead of just trying to cross and jump to it. So maybe she'll make an adjustment up there and kind of put herself in a position to not have to be so dynamic and do such a intense cross move and set herself up to have her hips closer to the wall by bringing either a heel or toe up onto that lower dish hold.
And you did see her look back over her shoulder, like, did I underestimate how good that finish hold was? So that was, you know, what she was staring at as she was walking back around to her chuck bag.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Back into that start, chose to do it a little different that way, but no problem still.
Yeah.
Also back on the boulder pretty
Very
quick,
quickly.
actually. But it didn't look like she actually expended too much energy. She just wasn't really in the right position in order to make that top happen.
Deciding to go a little...
Oh, dang.
Yeah, brought her center of gravity a little bit farther around the corner that time, took some of the swing out, but didn't even look at the heel hook.
Yeah, and we were talking to her earlier about kind of dealing with all the pressure and getting through difficult times, and she had some cool things to say.
Yeah, there's definitely a little more pressure going into the event this time around, but at the same time, I feel like I learned a lot on the World Cup circuit and just got better at finding that mindset in which I compete best. So knowing that I could bring that here and apply that to nationals was pretty exciting as well. So I feel like that balanced out the pressure a little bit and, yeah, made me excited to compete.
She's had a lot of growth in the last couple of seasons, and it's really showed, especially on the World Cup circuit this last year, making many semis, coming so close to finals a few times. So see if she can adjust here and figure out something else to get to that finish hold. She's still
not
going
even looking. Yeah.
She's so tunneled and zoned in on it.
On the just be a little less swinging, a little more strong. So in her mind, she is making adjustments.
Yeah.
She's just not making the adjustments that over here we've seen work.
Yeah.
So you know that she's slowing down that drive-by each time, looking for the magic formula, but you just, she's not even looking over her shoulder at perhaps a heel hook would be good here. But the ease with which she makes that hop move, I'm loving.
I think it just feels too doable because she is so strong.
Yeah.
So it's that trap you fall into sometimes. If you are a very powerful climber, you can forget that, oh, there might be another option to make this a little more efficient or, you know, conserve some energy.
So a zone, of course, will be useful, but a couple of tops so far means that she's just a little bit behind the curve at this point in the juncture. That's gonna, I mean, the boulders go quick sometimes.
I know.
Annie Sanders, I mean, we got time to talk about her over the course of this round. Just 15 years old and already multiple times youth world champion and coming into her first elite level national championships. The composure she's shown, that she absolutely stormed along the qualifiers. She stormed through the semifinal. The only woman to get 4 zones out of that semifinal round, and there's no reason to think that she'd be slowing down now.
Definitely not. I'm expecting her to attack all of these boulders like we've seen her do in the earlier rounds, and we've seen a couple people almost flash this boulder, which makes me think that just because she's been reading things so well, I feel like she could definitely flash this boulder. She's definitely capable physically. It's really going to come down to route reading.
Yeah, and composure. Is she a little bit nervous on the first boulder of her first, you know, national elite level final? So, you know, especially on a boulder that has a little bit of slow movement at the beginning, if you have any jitters, they're going to come out in your footwork right at the start here.
exactly, but she's looking quite steady to me.
Easy makes that foot hop. As one of the shorter climbers, she's not going to make the same span necessarily. And look at her going for the toe. Wow,
it's a good method.
Really good body control to get it over there, making that crimp work. And then, as you said, keep an eye on that. The right foot, this triangle, only the red part has friction on it. The white dual texture will spit you off before you know what happens.
Getting that higher foot just to hopefully make the jump a little less aggressive. We've seen it work this way quite a few times. She looks a little uncomfortable, but just trying to find that right body position to set up. It's nicely into it.
Yeah, jumping from that press creates more left to right swing, but you do get closer. So you know, Chloe was more in line in her approach, but was able to have the luxury of being able to generate from the foot as significantly taller.
And Annie's been very successful in lead as well. And when you watch her boulder, you can see the lead climber in her, the way she kind of breaks it down and stops and reassesses in sections. So she doesn't really panic. She's not really rushing things. She's being quite calculated. Didn't really like that heel. Might like it better after releasing. Still no. Interesting. That surprises me that it didn't feel comfortable. Oh, this could work though.
Maybe it feels like too much momentum to unwind from with the heel up there, but it's a long time to be pinching that right hand, Megan. Is there enough?
This is smart though. Again, this is a lead climber. Gonna go back to the hold that's better, take a few seconds, figure out what I need to do, and then execute, because this is her first attempt. It would be very big to get a flash.
Is it worth the expended energy that you're not, I mean, you might be resting, quote unquote, but you're not resting the same as you would be on the mat.
You're not, but on those holds, I think it could be worth it here.
She's
just specifically, I know she definitely looks a little tired, but
she's burned a lot of clock.
Yeah.
I'm nervous.
I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like we can't count it out. Oh, this could be tricky though.
The right hand is not, look at the elbow, Megan. She's definitely fighting here. Annie Sanders, is she gonna make it happen on this, minute and a half attempt?
Oh, it really was very close still. Oh man.
Oh, and she is out of energy, out of gas, out of breath. And is gonna, I thought she was walking back to start the boulder, but she is gonna pick up the chalk
there's not enough time for that. Really nice climbing, just kind of got stumped in this section here, never found a comfortable position to make that cross. It is a very aggressive and powerful cross. And, she has proven herself to be an incredible climber, 100%, but maybe just underestimated the power that she needed to do right there. And then once she second-guessed it, like she lost that optimal moment to have all of her power to do the move.
Absolutely. We are going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with boulder number 2.
This is not just a climbing gym. You can come here and be whoever you want to be. I was a lost soul. I had affiliated with the gang life at the age of 12, but I didn't have any guidance. I didn't have a place like this I can come to, and those were the only people at the time I can relate to. But the more I started coming to Memphis Rocks, I started to meet kids who don't look like me. I was like everyone else because I looked around and everybody's in the gym doing the same thing, climbing. A lot of the problems I had on the ground, once I got on the wall, they stayed on the ground. It makes my soul like want to jump out of my body because I know the more kids that are in here, the less kids that are out there that can get in trouble.
We are back. We have one boulder down of the women's round of the 2022 Yeti Climbing National Championships. We are getting set for boulder number 2. A little bit of everything on boulder 1 for the women. A couple of tops, a couple of zones, and then so close. Annie Sanders there. So sitting at the top of your leaderboard with 1 top in 4 attempts is Kylie Cullen. Kyra Conti right behind her with 1 top in 5. And then Chloe, Mira, and Annie all with 1 zone. And Alex, unfortunately, not able to get to that zone. So here we go. Alex Johnson looking to the crowd like, why is it so quiet in here? What do we need to do? So she's going to come out. AJ ready to throw down on boulder number 2.
Alex Johnson getting ready to start women's number 2.
And this is a burly boulder. Is this an AJ style boulder?
Honestly, this is an AJ style boulder for sure. It's funny because I was looking at it earlier and I was like, I feel like AJ's gonna like this one.
And this is right up into the pinches. That's a little bit old school, Megan, is like up into 2 wide pinches and then what can you do? That feels like my era.
And we're so excited to be joined by a guest this evening. We have Melina Costanza, the reigning bouldering national champion from last year, also took 3rd in bouldering at team trials and won lead. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
Yeah, we're so excited. What do you think of the round so far?
I think that it's been really cool. I think that the setting has been interesting, and definitely having the round in a climbing gym, which has been different from a lot of previous competitions, has lended itself to interesting wall angles and a lot of unique setting choices, which has been cool to watch.
Yeah, and really excited to see AJ on this boulder. Just coming up a little bit short there.
When you're coming out and you've previewed boulders like this and you know that you've got something that's physically taxing like this one, where you're coming out around that corner and you're going to be kind of trying to control the lower body, is there anything that you're doing in that after the rest of Boulder 1? Are you changing the way you're preparing, or is every boulder just come out and get ready and throw down?
I think that it has a lot to do with what your strategy is once you're out, how you pace yourself on a climb, because when there's a coordination move, for example, when the first move is maybe not so physical, you can try it many times in a row. Whereas for this one, this is very taxing, and you maybe only get a few really solid burns. You'll see some of the more powerful climbers will maybe be able to give a few more attempts, but it can zap you really quickly.
And you might carry that through the rest of your round if you're not careful.
Yeah, definitely.
Alex trying to go again here, losing that toe hook that time, but still making it work. I've definitely seen her pull it off. Oh, that was so close. Honestly, I think the toe hook catch kind of held her down a bit more. She was able to get a bit higher that time, just avoiding it altogether. Again, though, taking more energy, like you were talking about, Melina. When more points come off on that kind of an angle, especially in open hand holds.
Yeah, and I think that when you only have 4 minutes like you do in a final, it is a lot more about execution, and whether or not you can have your first go be really, really good instead of something maybe where you're just feeling it out. And I think that that's one of the things that they really want to test you on in a final, which is why they have that smaller time constraint.
Yeah, and AJ's taking a second here to tape up her fingers, so those flat hold pinches that she's been grabbing are quite textured, and anytime you come off of them like that, they just basically file your skin down. So she might not be bleeding yet, but she knows she still has 2 more boulders to climb, so
and you don't want to
be bleeding.
You don't want to lose time bleeding on a boulder. You'd rather take a few seconds to tape up. AJ, 35 seconds. We are entering now or never category. She can go and get this zone.
How have you been, because you and Alex climbed together quite a bit, how have you been feeling she was prepared for this competition?
I think that this is honestly the strongest I've ever seen her. It's been really, really cool to watch. She's had an exceptional outdoor season as well.
Yes.
And she was kind of on the fence on whether or not she even wanted to do this competition. But I think she's probably really glad she did now.
100%.
She's fired up to kind of come after this boulder with 10 seconds to go. A bit of a shrug there. Kind of just dropping out of the zone 3 times, agonizingly close. When you go back into your rest period, do you have that moment where you have to come to terms with your should I, shouldn't I think I should have done this boulder, and then, you know, how much time do you give yourself to grieve the attempt before looking ahead to the next boulder?
Grieve. I think that, yeah, that's one of the hardest things about a bouldering round is, as opposed to lead where you're on the wall and then ball or top, you're off and you don't have to concentrate anymore. A boulder round is very mentally taxing as well, and it demands a lot of concentration. You have to kind of be able to focus when you need to, and then let your concentration kind of relax a bit when you need those breaks. And I think that that's one of the most, it's a really delicate balance. You have to give yourself the opportunity to feel emotions, to feel upset, but you also can't linger on those because you've got more climbs. And it's never over until it's over.
Yeah, you got work to do, and you're right.
Always.
We saw in the men's round, after getting shut out, you go to a podium from doing nothing on the first 2 boulders. So everything is possible, and there's 4 boulders at play, and it's still early day. Although it feels like a disaster to you in the moment, excellent point to make is that there's still lots to come.
Always, and I think that's one of the things that makes bouldering so interesting to watch, because a lot of times it is the most mentally resilient competitor who makes the podium, even when there are people who maybe are physically stronger or who are winning in practices.
That's a very good point. Being out there competing is so different from practice.
So different.
And, you know, someone who's the strongest in practice might never even make a final.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
That mental aspect is so important.
And getting things done in 4 minutes, as you were mentioning, is not the same as getting things done in a session.
Yeah, no kidding.
Where you're able to walk away, or a few sessions. And Mira, getting up into the pinches with relative ease. How is this heel hook going to work?
It
rejects
seems
it
like
right
it's
away.
Just close enough, but then you kind of come up a little short.
Yeah,
you
it
can't
looks
generate.
Like maybe it locks you. Maybe it feels
Too
more
good.
comfortable in the moment, but it locks you into that position because you end up pulling yourself left instead of right, which is where you're trying to generate.
And because, you know, heel hooking on pinches is always kind of awkward. You can't really bear down the way you would on some other holds sometimes. I feel like it pushes your hips out more too. So then you're also having to pull them in extra and then try to generate from there.
And there's something to be said for not just getting comfortable and established in the position you're in. You will need to be moving upwards. So putting the heel hook in might make you feel good on those pinches, but the goal is not to hold the pinches. The goal is to leave the pinches into that zone hold.
Yeah, and I think it can really entice you. It can lure you in because you want to feel comfortable.
That's a really good point. We saw that a lot today in the semifinal on one of the boulders that had such a good kind of rest, and everyone just kind of wanted to stay there. Ooh, that was a much better attempt.
Little pixie kick there just to kind of generate
Pixie
that
kick.
momentum. I'm going to bring back the language that pixie kick is from the
olden days.
I was just going to say,
I love that.
you know, maybe days gone by. I wasn't going to be quite so dramatic, but using that off leg to generate a little momentum. Melina, what would you do here? You come out, you see this boulder in your style, not in your style. Would you be looking? Are you doing anything different than what we've seen so far?
I think it is, from my understanding, is something similar to what we've seen. I think it just is a very powerful boulder. I think it really tests your pinch strength and your decisiveness, because I think that the longer you wait on those holds, the more you lose energy. And you have to be able to make a decision very quickly, commit to it, and give 100% of your effort. And I think that the hold is good enough where if you hit it solidly, you should be able to stick it.
And it's funny that you, as you said, and we watched Annie on the top of that last boulder where it looked like she just wasn't comfortable making a decision. So she was like, should I, shouldn't I? And that right hand just slowly running out of gas. Well, Mira is going to have to walk away from this boulder without a zone as well. So far, this is proving to be a little bit stout.
This angle and these style holds always kind of make you think it's going to be quite difficult. I will say it's playing out to be harder than I assumed. That being said, I'm a little biased towards pinches. They might be my favorite hold.
Same. I'm in the same boat. I'm like, oh, a couple big pinches. This is my wheelhouse.
Yeah, that kind of skews your view a bit, but that cross definitely looks pretty difficult, and I don't know, especially after, you know, 2 other rounds of climbing, one of them being early today. That also changes things. So
this angle gives you a pretty good idea of what you're trying to, the steepness you're starting with, and what you're controlling on the way out on the pinches. You're going to go left pinch first, and then is it time to just make a decision?
Gonna go with the heel. Oh,
doesn't want to stay. Oh, makes it work.
Wow,
okay.
Really nice.
She's made a liar out of all 3 of us.
Well,
but that's a good
we
thing.
didn't say it was impossible. We just, you know, thought maybe not the way, but apparently working.
Funky little half drop knee there.
I like that this part of the boulder gets quite technical and you don't have the feet that you really want and you're forced to get a little uncomfortable.
It's cool to see a change of pace mid-boulder because it really tests the adaptability of climbers as well.
Kylie Cullen getting everything right so far, just making that bump.
This would be
fighting
really
through.
big for her.
Yeah, this would be a huge flash.
Also, kind of a tricky finish move, I think.
Yeah, it looks very similar to almost to that men's semifinal boulder with the side pull in the same wall area.
And without the big left foot
Yeah.
to jump into.
Right.
Saw that. I mean, she made about 4 different hand decisions to try and get turned around enough where she felt comfortable. Never got the left foot up. Are we thinking the left foot needs to come up to be able to pull into that finish hold, given that there isn't anything to jump into?
I think it's tricky. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
I think that the foothold, you can see that it's facing left, which means that it's going to be really hard to generate off of that. And I think that, honestly, maybe it's just there for establishing on the finish. It's really hard to say. If it is for going to the finish, you'd really need to be able to rock your weight onto it, and it is a very bad hold.
So maybe we're thinking it's sort of a hop and a stab, and then you're going to come around the corner and use that to be able to match. Stout, no matter how you slice it.
It does seem really bizarre and mysterious, honestly. It's just awkward positions up there.
Kylie taking a good rest. Get some of that blood flow back into forearms. A quick check of the skin. What have I got on my fingertips?
It's interesting because the finish hold, obviously the left side's really good, but you couldn't palm on that right side, which makes it hard to say exactly how they should approach getting to that finish hold. And because we can't feel what they're feeling up there at all, which always makes it hard to predict. And I didn't see a single forerunner or a root setter on this one.
No.
So wow, they were only tweaking the men's when we were in here.
Yeah, but they had done all the tweaking of the women's a little bit earlier.
Oh, man, just zaps your energy.
Yeah.
Which, walking away at this point is, I think, a good idea just because it is so powerful, and she did so well on her first attempt, especially with this scoring system. You're not going to really gain much if you get all the way back up there and don't top.
But when's the last time you saw a one-attempt boulder? I mean, I'm thinking back.
It doesn't happen,
very often.
Often, yeah. But it is a lot of climbing, even though it's not super tall. She still did a lot of moves, and 4 minutes, like that, the time goes so quickly. Now, actually, Kyra probably will she will like the bottom half of this boulder. I'm not sure she's going to love the top half.
Yeah, if you give her holds to grab and able to bend her arms, she is going to be psyched. I think you're spot on that she's going to stomp the beginning of this boulder, and then we'll see how the top plays out.
I feel like it's been a trend lately, too, with a lot of these bouldering competitions where the final few moves are way more difficult and tricky than you might have assumed, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also a lot of them have been very difficult to read. I think that that's been one of the major ways that they've been testing athletes, and I think a lot of it is to prepare them for World Cups, where you do see,
the first climber to decide to use that high foothold to generate the momentum and getting up into the zone relatively easily, in fact.
Yeah, definitely holds she likes.
And as you were mentioning earlier, Megan, the holds are large. The usable areas and the angles that they're forcing you into, not okay. You start
super uncomfortable.
Yeah, just not happy with the left foot placement enough to make a movement up and in.
I feel like she might have 3 tries in her on this boulder because it doesn't seem like she expended too much energy, but it might just even be 2 just because it is so taxing still. Even though you do it easily the first time, it definitely builds this angle.
Right, but she does, I think that Kyra has really good power endurance.
Yeah.
And I think that getting up to that top section a couple times will give her the opportunity to kind of mess around in a way that maybe some other athletes won't have.
Oh yeah, I think if anyone's going to be able to do this boulder with multiple attempts, it would be her. I can't decide if that'll be 3 or 2. It's hard to know.
Melina, I'm curious about the effect that you have when you get close to the top of a boulder and then decide to walk away. and say, I've got as close as I can. I actually don't think I can top that. Do you come to that decision quickly, or are you on the mat going, oh, should I, shouldn't I? Is one more attempt going to be good or bad for me?
I think it really depends on the round, but I think sometimes the smartest thing you can do is walk away. I think that a lot of it is recognizing your own strengths, having that self-awareness to be able to tell, am I going to be able to get this? Am I going to have the opportunity? Or do I just not have enough energy, and do my strengths lie elsewhere? Do I want to put more energy into those other climbs where I might have a better shot?
And you know they're coming, so you know if they're in your style,
Yeah.
you know what's at stake for you.
Oh, so close.
Just for a second, I thought she was going to hold that crossover without getting that toe on.
I guess we're going to see if it's 2 or 3 tries in a second. She definitely has time for a third one.
But this is exactly what she's breathing heavy. The boulder is sapping energy from you. Yes, you get a pretty good rest. Look at this here.
I like how she was bringing that foot up. I feel like that could work for her.
I love that. Ooh, that you could hear it. Just that we saw her clamp down on the finish hold of Boulder 1, and you're seeing it here. That contact strength.
See, I just thought it might zap her just a little much to get back up. The cross is fine. It's that press after. It's just like a little more taxing than you want it to be. Each time you do it, you kind of sink down in the shoulders a bit more, and it gets harder and harder to hold.
Yeah, and you have to be okay with walking away with a zone, right?
Oh, yeah.
Although you come into a final, you're like, I want to stomp 4 boulders and get 4 tops. You have to say, okay, it's not a 4-top round. I put the zone in. I have points on the board. That keeps me in the running.
Yeah, and I still think that there's a benefit in being one of the later people to go out, because all the competitors are sitting together in the back. You kind of have a sense from the crowd and from the time that an athlete's out there how they're doing, enough to maybe say, okay, this one wasn't topped, and maybe I have a little bit of leeway. I'm not going to completely destroy myself for this climb, because there are others in the round.
And especially in this venue, specifically being a lot smaller, you're hearing even more. I mean, earlier the climbers were like, oh yeah, we could kind of hear you talking when we were on women's number 1 in semis. I mean, they couldn't hear us talking about beta. They just like could hear us, and they were like, okay, gonna tune that out so I can
they're talking
focus.
about me, and they're 4 feet away.
It's not exactly what you want to hear, right? It could be distracting.
We saw Chloe go through every option we've seen so far. She went high foot, low foot, left heel hook, right heel hook, settled on right. It didn't work out for her. And the moment comes where you have to decide to stick with your beta and try harder or throw it out. You have to be careful about regret or making a snap decision to say that was terrible, I'm never doing it again, versus maybe I just didn't execute it properly. And you've got to make that decision in 30 seconds or less.
Yeah. Oh, it's so difficult. I think that it's really, really easy when you feel close to a move to get trapped into that mindset of trying it over and over. And I think a lot of times route setters maybe intend to have it a little bit like that, to get people to, it seems like there's another way that works, and maybe it will with enough tries, but there is an intended beta that often is the easiest route.
Well, and we were noticing a lot, especially this competition specifically, that so many of the boulders had like a few different ways that worked really well. So in a sense, yeah, they're not necessarily trying to trap you, but those options are available, and if you lean into the options too hard, you can find yourself in an indecisive way and not know what to do, and then waste so much energy.
The tunnel vision is as equally dark a path as I'll just try something different on every single attempt.
Yeah.
The chaos of trying something different. So you saw Chloe go back to the left heel. She is lanky enough that she got close to sticking it. I suspect, as you were alluding to, she got close enough for her to get reinforced to go back and be like, that's the way.
And that's what happened to her on women's number 1. She was like, oh, I know I can hold this without bringing my foot up. I can just cross. I feel strong enough. And then it's that little glimmer of hope that gets you.
And interestingly, the exact opposite here, where she's throwing up the heel hook that maybe she doesn't need.
The irony.
A little bit. A minute to go, looking at the clock. It's funny because the clock is directly in front of us. So if you look up at the wrong moment, they're looking like they're looking at us for like, thumbs up, thumbs down moment. 45 seconds to go. Chloe Koskoy fighting on boulder number 2.
Let's see if she can make it happen and get to the zone here. Honestly, I feel like that heel hook is just not the way. Good effort there by Chloe Koskoy.
And she's going to say 30 seconds, not enough time to recover and go after it again. Save some skin, save some gas, but you get shut out on boulder number 2, and you got to be okay with that.
Yeah, and a lot of times you'll give an attempt early, give yourself a lot of rest because you know that it's a physical boulder, and then you have a kind of an awkward amount of time at the end where maybe the crowd wants you to get back on,
Yes.
but maybe you
Do you
know
ever
in your
get
heart-
sucked into that? You're like, the crowd wants it, and I'm like, you know what,
Sometimes.
never mind, I'm going to do
It's
it.
enticing, yeah. When they want it enough, then sometimes you feel like you got to give it to them.
So I'm curious, have you seen Annie climb much before? I mean, you were in youth, you know, like what, 4 years, 3 years ago?
It was, I think, 5
5
almost
years?
now.
Is it
Yeah.
5 years now?
I have never seen Annie climb before. I definitely know she's very accomplished on the youth circuit. It's been really fun to watch her progress on social media, and I knew she'd be a strong climber to look out for coming into this competition, but it's been really fun watching her live for the first time. She's very, very powerful. She's very technical. I think that she's got a lot of skills.
She's going to match the right side pinch.
She really reminds me, like, she looks like she's rock climbing, right? Like, she reminds me.
I see it,
like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, obviously everyone's a rock climber here, but the way she moves and the way she approaches the movement, it is reminiscent of being on rock a lot of the times. Like, she's always in control.
She
She's
climbs
not
carefully.
trying to throw herself at the, you know what I mean?
Even that lock off, like the way she pushed out, she had that shoulder to hand.
That move right
this
there,
right
like,
there.
Left foot on that terrible crimp, just towing into the pinch on the right side. See, I
Annie
think she's gonna
Sanders.
palm.
Is she going to give us
She's going to go for that left foot.
boulder number 2?
The feet are just so bad. Yeah, so awkward.
And again, the way she's like using her feet. Oh, so cool. I really don't know what they really want you to do there.
Maybe it's a campus match. Maybe they want you to
Campus
just
match.
just come
Oh,
in.
campus match.
Campus
For
match.
a second, I thought you meant campus from the right.
No.
That was what I
Sorry,
got to.
you did too? Okay.
Yeah.
I was
They
like,
both,
wait,
just
what?
for the record, everyone watching at home, they both looked at me like I'm absolutely insane. What I meant was
We're like, can't sit with us.
establish the finish hold and then come in on the match.
Okay.
And
No,
get a
that-
foot
yeah,
down
I get
afterwards.
What you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
Yeah, they were about to kick me out here from my booth. Like, you can't throw that idea out there. That's not going to happen.
Definitely an eye on that clock there. Wants to, I feel like, you know, maybe a minute for this one.
Yeah, I think that the top is just so tricky that you want to give yourself enough time, but it's a delicate balance again because it's so powerful. You need to have enough time to rest as well.
And we'll see what she's got in the tank. Made really good work to go and match the right-hand pinch. I do love that we've had half the climbers go right first and half go left first. And this just shows real savvy. That's veteran thinking from such a young competitor. Now, can't spend too much. We've seen her not shy away from resting on a boulder, but don't want to test the clock too much.
Oh, man. No pinky on that.
And the left foot.
Ooh. Nice.
Coming back, yes, so maybe a compression finish.
Yep. She's got to get the right momentum to get into that. It's just a little too bad. Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. I don't even know. Oh, my gosh. The fight and Annie Sanders. Is she going to be able to flip into that right
Yes, she
hand?
is.
Nicely done. Maybe an inside flag here. Nope, going to match the feet and get a match.
Annie Sanders.
You know, she did not feel great about walking away from a top on number 1, so getting back in the game here on
Yeah,
number 2.
that looks like redemption to me.
Wow, the fight. I'd be done. I'd be like so tired now. I just got like 2 more boulders. Like
No
what?
nap and 2 more boulders.
No nap.
Annie Sanders on the top of that boulder. That was a full minute of climbing.
Oh my
all
gosh.
said and done. And she swapped
Incredible.
4 times through those crimps. We thought oh, that's going to be the move. No, and she backed it up again. That's going to
She
be the
looked
move.
like she was falling at every moment. That was insane. Incredible. climbing from Annie Sanders.
That's what you need to do to be competitive at a national championship. You have to have that kind of fight, that kind of wherewithal, and that kind of ability to adapt on the fly.
Oh yeah, that'll definitely serve her well. I mean, she's definitely got a bright future ahead. And, I mean, 2 more boulders to climb here tonight.
Now, that's going to stop her to the top. 1 top and 2 zones. Kylie Cullen right behind. Kyra Condi behind her. Chloe, Mira, and Alex sitting on the bottom half of the leaderboard. Boulder 3 coming up shortly. We are back. 2 boulders down, 2 boulders to go at the 2022 Yeti Climbing National Championships. Here's a quick look at your leaderboard. Annie Sanders with a fight on boulder number 2 to put her back in the running at the top of the podium. You see Kylie Cullen and Kyra Condi also both with 1 top and 2 zones. Chloe and Mira with 1 zone, and Alex Johnson yet to score any points, but 2 boulders to go. We're joined by Melina Costanza. Melina, you've been shut out of the first 2 boulders. I don't know that that's actually ever happened to you. You've been shut out of the first 2 boulders. There's 2 boulders to go. You know how strong your competition is. Are you dialed in? Is there a bit of you that's like, all right, nothing to lose. Let's just go rock climbing?
Yeah, I think so. I think that that is sometimes kind of a liberating mentality. I think that it really depends on how you spin it. I think it can be demoralizing if you let it be. But some of the best competitors, I mean, Alex has so much experience. And she's such a fighter that I think that she is honestly only going to be kind of hyped up by this nothing to lose mentality.
Yeah, and you've trained with her a bunch, and you know what that spirit is like, and you know that she has the ability to dial in, as you were saying, a credible rock climbing season, and trying to get projects done. It's the same kind of mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that also she just has so much experience kind of turning it on when in those clutch moments. And also I think that the competitors probably realize that it's been a tough round, a really brutal round with not a lot of tops. And again, it's not over till it's over. I think a competitor like Alex will recognize that.
I mean, I've seen Alex squeak into semis in like 19th before and end up like on the podium in 2nd at the end. Like she, like you were saying earlier, she's such a fighter. She does not give up. I mean, that's why we might see her on this stage for like another 20 years, honestly. Like, you know, it could happen.
She's no signs of slowing down. As the most established competitor, as she said, she's only missed 1 nationals final in 15 years or something. It's crazy how long she's been in control of this game, and that's much better off the start of this boulder. And knowing Alex's strengths, is this a boulder that she's going to be happy to be coming out and climbing, or is she fighting an anti-style here?
I think that a lot of the very physical moves, like that shoulder press she just did, very in her wheelhouse. And I think that she's actually been...
Nice recovery.
Good recovery. I think she's been kind of expanding her style recently. And she has very strong hands, so I feel like...
Come on.
Opting to go left.
Trying to get that knee.
Oh.
I feel like this boulder has some outdoor elements to it as well. I feel like she climbed it in that way, really trying to find the movement subtly and slowly. There's definitely nothing gymnastic or coordination centric about this. It's more about tension and another thing she's really good at. I feel like she got sucked into that knee bar possibility, which I understand because I looked at that earlier and I was like, knee bar, question mark?
Right.
You know? And I think it's close enough to being one, but that right hand is probably what she should have stuck to and just really fought to hold on to it.
Yeah, I think that the women's round in semifinals as well, they've had a lot of finish holds that have been very, very bad. And I think that it's also a factor of having shorter walls here as well. But having these finish holds that are just heinous to hold, even if the move to them isn't as bad or as difficult, just being able to hold them and showing off that grip strength has kind of been a theme of this comp.
No gimmies. No buckets.
No
not
buckets.
one.
Yeah, the age of buckets is over.
It's gone. You don't get.
If there's
all right,
a bucket,
fine.
you really have to jump for it, and it's kind of scary.
Always.
Like, you know, it's
Always.
it's not like close and friendly. It's terrifying.
And
oh gosh.
That's an unfortunate slip there. So after being one hand and then the other on the top, Alex is, I mean, you can see she's fighting a little bit to keep that. I saw the thumbs up. Is it, you know, a bit of a shrug? She's got work to do still. Zone here. Points on the board. You got to go back to ISO feeling happy that you got points on the board. And we said it during the men's round, is that although every single one of the finalists has the ability to be on the podium and the ability to win the comp, you literally don't win them all. So you will look back and think, yes, I made finals, it was fantastic. Do I wish I had done one or two things differently? But then you can't factor in the other 5 finalists also not doing one or two things differently. You might top 3 boulders and everyone else tops 4. So you can't control everything else. You can only control what you're capable of doing, and you got to be comfortable. That's what it comes down to, right? I mean, when you go back and you reset before you come into your next training time, then how much of that is coming to terms with, did I try as hard as I could, and am I okay with the performance?
I think a lot of it is that I think that bouldering is just so mental, and a lot of it is kind of about forgiving yourself. I think that so many athletes at a high level struggle a lot with that, myself included. We can really beat ourselves up over a poor performance to the point where it almost hinders future good performances. Sometimes you have to celebrate the little victories, sometimes you have to celebrate progress, and sometimes you have to just say, hey, this was a bad round. Maybe I learned some things, maybe it was just brutal. But a lot of it is about kind of giving yourself that leniency and thinking about it as more of a learning experience than necessarily something that you did well or you just didn't do well at all.
Really insightful. And I mean, what you're also saying is that it's a long game. It's a season. It's multiple seasons. It's a career.
Yeah.
You can't tie your do I feel good about my performance down to one boulder out of one comp. Agreed, it's nationals.
Right.
It's a big comp. We're not just talking about any comp, but the climbers at this stage are basically, only climbing in big events.
Yeah, and also I think that it's hard with bouldering to have a consistently dominant person. I think that sometimes lead can be more consistent just because it's one round or one climb, and they tend to have fewer moves where it's really high risk. But I think that, with bouldering, a lot of times, sometimes the person who maybe has won in many comps in a row won't even make finals, won't even make semifinals. You just kind of have to be prepared for results like that. But that's kind of the thing that makes it such a crazy discipline.
Bouldering's kind of like a bad boyfriend, honestly, right? Like,
that is an apt analogy.
All right.
It just keeps pulling you back.
Mira's looking like she might get a top here. She was working through after fighting the beginning. Did get a back step.
No, it's the back step, though.
With a back
Nicely
step
done.
to finish this
How did I not
boulder.
even see that back step? That seems so obvious now.
Excellent climbing from Mira. Dropped the beginning a couple of times, and then once she got a hand through that dish and into the zone, made no mistakes.
That's a very extended opening move. I mean, both Alex and Mira are quite lanky. I don't know. I mean, actually, everyone in this round has pretty good wingspan.
And the ability to grab holds.
Annie's 5'3", but she has a +5 still. So maybe I know.
I think that everyone here has.
No, they all do. Here, let's just run through it really quickly.
Please.
AJ's 5'9" with a +3. Mira's 5'9" with a +4. Kylie's 5'5" with a +5. Kyra's 5'4" with a +4. Chloe's 5'9" with +0, but she's 5'9".
She's 5'9".
Okay. And Annie's 5'3" with +5. So maybe it doesn't matter because it kind of evens out. I don't know if I could span that first move though, or not first move, but that, important move to get to that dish. It seems really extended.
Quite, but maybe there are other ways as well.
That's what I was thinking, and I don't know if we're going to see that because I think they're all going to do it this way. But
Yeah.
I mean, Kylie
doing exactly the same thing.
Well, she went from a farther hold that time.
And look at that time. That's a really bad heel hook. She is making it work.
I do kind of like this press section. It's so different from those opening moves. And not like a gross shoulder move. It's like a little more friendly because we've seen a lot of gross shoulder moves these past couple of years.
Yeah, no kidding.
And this is looking good here, just to be able to almost lay back into this zone hold.
Wow.
Good climbing on her first attempt. Kylie Cullen staring down a flash of boulder number 3, crimping the top of this sloper.
Trying to get her hip in.
Yeah, getting maybe a hip scum. Oh, not quite. Not quite. So obviously we're seeing that hold is not good enough to simply hang from or create opposition from that right toe. The hip scum might be enough. Maybe it does need to be that step in.
Also, her shorts, I feel like maybe if she had leggings on, but them being looser, they're going to move more as she's trying to put that hip scum in. So I don't think that's going to work to her advantage. You know when you try to knee bar and all of a sudden you're like whatever pants you're wearing because they're like looser. And you're like, oh, I wore the wrong pants. Such a problem. Oh, I like her chalk bag. It says unstoppable. That's cute.
She's taking a good amount of rest. So this is, as we were talking about a little while ago, it's hard to not throw yourself at a boulder sometimes, but although maybe it doesn't on the surface look less physically demanding than the pinchy steep boulder, she's taking an equal amount of rest between tries as she did on that boulder. And really, I mean, when you get to the top, you want to give yourself enough time so that you're definitely going to get back there. You don't want to short your rest time and come off in one of the strenuous moves right before it. And now we're getting into that balance point of, do you give yourself a window to slip or do you give yourself a one shot to go?
I feel like it's a pretty quick boulder though, and she climbed it quite efficiently. And at the end of the day, you don't want to take 3 attempts. Don't you want to take 2? And I think she knows that she could do it.
It definitely looks like she's, setting up her timing to be like,
I just said that, and of course that happened.
Wow, Megan.
Welcome to the commentator's curse.
Be careful what you wish for.
Man. God, this happened like 3 times tonight.
This move is just tensiony enough to be, everything is careful. You can't relax on a boulder like this. That's an excellent transition.
See if she can figure out just how she wants to get into this finish hold. I looked at that finish hold earlier and I was like, woof.
Yeah, when the zone is the hold before the finish, that the finish move is going to be heinous.
Yeah, I actually told the setters, I was like, oh, another zone right below the top. Yeah. Interesting.
Kylie is going to come up just short on that second attempt. Really didn't have enough even to stick it and slow down and establish. So just showing you how nasty the finish move is on that boulder. All of these women have the hand strength and the power to pull in and stick that hold. So to be turning them away 1, 2, 3 like this. And it's up to Kyra Condi now. Climbing well in this round. Really well.
I think quite. Yeah, very well for sure. I think she might like this one actually. She doesn't necessarily love the lower angle stuff, but I don't think this one is in that realm of what she really detests as far as lower angle climbing goes.
Yeah, I think it's powerful enough where she'll really enjoy it, and I think that finish type of movement, I've seen her posting and things on Instagram that look pretty similar to it. I think that she's been training a lot of really styles that are maybe more outside of her comfort zone recently. And you've seen her become a much more versatile climber, which has been fun to watch.
that year off of bouldering, well, not like a full year, but, you know, not doing the circuit for bouldering this past year, I think was kind of a nice not jump start, but refresh for her, and kind of open the door for her to make some adjustments, and it's really making her successful here this week.
I think that it was maybe an eye-opener for her in certain ways, and I think that she really took that and ran with it and was able to kind of play around with different styles and expand her climbing knowledge in a way that's been really cool to see. I think that, especially mentally as well.
We're seeing
that's
right
the
now.
biggest,
Yeah,
that's the
I think
biggest
that
thing
she's been
for
able
her.
to keep her mental game really in check, and she's been like pretty unstoppable this comp.
One hand on the finish, trying to find that kind of a hip bar.
A little panic there.
Yeah, a little. I think she thought it was going to stick, and then when it didn't, you saw her even try and kind of tuck the left knee in.
Also surprising she didn't throw the thumb in the bolt hole, because it kind of gives you a little more purchase on the hold, and then and I'm pretty sure Mira did, and then it made her be able to then get that back step.
Turn it over, yeah. And so a sapping attempt. We're going to see a little bit of time burn off the clock here. We've talked about it a little bit over the course of the round. The climbers that have moved to Salt Lake City and have access to the training center and the coaching staff that goes along with it, how much of a game changer is that environment to train in on a regular basis?
I think it depends on the athlete. I think a lot of people really thrive on that kind of sense of community. I think that having so many high-level athletes in the space, having the space specifically tailored to performance, having the resources to set climbs that look like this, where a lot of commercial gyms won't do it. There are just a lot of ways that I think that it is super, super beneficial to climbers that thrive in an environment like that. And I think that it really depends on the athlete, because some people prefer training more in isolation, but I think it's definitely been a huge trend for a reason, because, I mean, it works. For a lot of athletes, it works really well.
And that, being able to have that consistency in coaching, and they're here, the national team coaches we just saw pan through, they're here watching and providing support to all of the athletes, really. As we see Kyra now, this is going to be probably the last attempt, so
Definitely
she needs to solve the top.
To not rush it here, though.
Yeah, agreed.
Definitely
Doesn't need
take
to
her
rush.
time at
Yeah,
this
get
moment.
it right.
There we go. There's the thumb in the bolt hole.
And then finding that.
Oh, dang.
Oh, that's close. I mean, the right idea, taking the balance into the right foot like that. And she is going to suggest, and it's going to walk away from that.
Really nice climbing, though, from her.
Both hands on the top and not getting
we
it
hate
is
to
so
see
hard.
that.
Yeah, we do hate to see that.
That's not the fun way.
No.
Going back to what you were just saying about depending on the athlete, I also think, there's a lot of climbers who grew up on teams that had a lot of other high-level athletes on their team. So an example of that, growing up climbing at Vertical World, there were like a dozen of really strong, talented kids, and then you were all climbing together. But a lot of the athletes come from gyms where they were the only one. So now to get that chance to train with other athletes at such a high level, it's like their first time having that opportunity. And, some people had that the whole time. Right. So then maybe you might want a little space for a bit too, to kind of experience something different.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, for a lot of people who haven't had that before, I think that being in an environment where maybe you're not the biggest fish in the pond can be eye-opening, and you can learn a lot from other athletes too. It's not just about having someone to push you, it's about maybe seeing what's a different technique that you haven't explored before, having coaches and different coaching styles that you haven't worked with before. It's always just an opportunity to kind of expand your knowledge, and I think a lot of people respond really well to that. And you can see that the U.S. team has been performing very well internationally recently, and it kind of shows that that method is paying off for a lot of people.
Well, and you've experienced, Youth Worlds and now internationally on the elite circuit. And, for Youth Worlds, they have coaches there, but, there's so many athletes.
Right.
What's the difference? Oh, this is really interesting.
This is really different from Chloe Koskoy. And she would benefit from a top here to stay in the hunt.
Huge benefit. Ugh.
So I'll be interested to see if she goes back to that as a way to get through that move.
I don't think she's going to. Would you say there's a big difference, because with Josh and Meg, they're at every comp, you really get to know them and build a relationship with them, and just how beneficial is it to have them there? Like, it's kind of a big deal.
I think that having a lot more exposure to coaches, especially because in youth, a lot of times you're maybe meeting the U.S. coaches kind of for the first time. I think that it really can be a benefit to have more exposure to coaches to get more personalized individual feedback.
Chloe does go back to that and makes it work this time. Yeah, I'm surprised too.
I think, hey, whatever works.
Yeah, and then here, that's a bunchy, electing not to use that crimp as a foothold through this section. Now she's going to step into it. Chloe Koskoy, a huge benefit by getting a top here, doing the same position.
Right,
there it is. Chloe Koskoy pulls the top out of boulder number 3. Excellent climbing.
Did you see, though? Not having your shorts move around, then you can actually get into that little jam a bit better. Who knew clothing was so important in descending?
We are learning as we go.
Yeah,
everything at stake.
I think that also one of the things was she was so stable on that hold. There was no movement. There was no attempting to put the foot up. There was no shaking. It was kind of just like commitment and absolute just decisiveness.
And that's
I think
what you were talking about
it.
earlier, and how it's so important in terms of being successful.
Yeah, I honestly didn't know if it would go that way, but that was really cool to watch.
Yeah.
She read something into her style and her shape and her ability to fit in positions.
Chloe does a lot of interesting positions. If you've watched her climb, they're not what you would generally go to, and then they work really well for her.
Yeah, knowing that it's one thing to be mobile and it's one thing to be flexible. It's quite another to make it functional, being strong at end range. So just because you can get your toe out, not everybody can then make use of that. So sort of just making it look good, you have to back it up with the ability to make those positions functional for you. And finding the range of where you're strong instead of just where you're able to touch holds.
Yeah.
That's a thin line to walk along.
And I think that in terms of just pure physical strength, Chloe is maybe one of the strongest competitors here. She is so powerful.
Annie's setting up to...
I was wondering if that would go. Like, it seems like one of the options for sure.
To me, it almost seems like the option, because I don't think she's tall enough to go down low on the right-hand side pull.
She might have this span, but like height-wise, definitely not. But I mean, she has a 5'8" span, so maybe it could work. This will be the true test of like, does wingspan make a huge difference?
Or does she just need to be just a little bit quicker to close her hand on that crimp and control the barn door that came out of it? And she is setting up to do it again.
Just a little. That left hold is not very good. It's like a slopey bump, basically. Those holds are so weird. They're not my favorite.
They're not very ergonomic, I feel like.
Exactly.
And also, it's hard to tell just how good that crimp is, but definitely going to be hard to stick it with one hand. I'm almost wondering if maybe it could be a cross straight into the press to kind of get that opposition.
That would be a really good option.
Just sort of pull in and right away stop the movement.
Stab the hand out,
Annie a little bit stumped here, and we did talk about through her couple of Youth World Championships, she went through an entire Youth Worlds without falling off of anything.
That's amazing.
It can be eye-opening to be faced with boulders that are making you fall off. So to get into a couple of rounds in a row where 1 or 2 tops is what we're expecting to see, you have to be a bit resilient to get kicked in the teeth a bunch of times and continue to think that you're still good at this.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest things about transitioning from youth competition to open competition, is that sometimes you do get those rounds that are just absolutely kind of destroy you. But I think that's one thing that comes with experience.
And this is experience happening right in front of us. This is one of those moments. Annie Sanders taking basically no rest to come through these moves, getting a little bit closer each time. It looks like she's setting up for something. Maybe now going to go other hand.
Oh,
yes.
Nice. See?
She has the span.
Melina, what would you say were the hard parts of that transition from youth to the Elite Open Series?
I think a lot of it comes with confidence. I think that these are people who you idolize for years as a youth competitor, and then suddenly you're face to face with them. And I think a lot of it is kind of imposter syndrome, thinking, do I deserve to be here? Am I good enough to be competing against these people who I've looked up to?
And right now it looks like Annie is in fact good enough to be in this spot.
She's definitely proving herself.
Taking a little shake here. And this is the one. Not enough time on the clock to drop this and keep going. What is she gonna find? She's gonna do this drift.
Oh, dang.
And I mean, the slightest shuffle was enough for that sloper to lose friction. Annie Sanders is gonna have to be content with the zone on boulder number 3. And just like that, we're down 3 boulders and 1 to go. We've seen
so crazy.
Really good test, a bunch of different styles. We've seen some powerful climbing, some subtle climbing. Andy's still at the top. Then Kylie Cullen, Kyra Condi, Mira, Chloe, and Alex. We're going to be right back with boulder number 4.
So yeah, we've been testing out the new catch and hold system from the True Blue IQ Plus. And with the IQ Plus, you know, you're just able to stop there, rest, shake out, try to figure out the moves. And yeah, really excited to have this new device in our gym. It's going to just really help us to continue growing the sport.
Whether you're alpine climbing or cragging after work, Gnarly Nutrition is here to help you push your possible.
Welcome back. We are looking at the results after 3 boulders at the 2022 Yeti National Championships. Annie Sanders with a clutch zone to put her back on top. Kylie Cullen and Kyra Condi rounding out our top 3 of the moment. Mira, Chloe, and Alex rounding out the top 6. It's been a ride so far, 3 boulders down. Thank you so much, Melina, for hanging out with us and bringing your insight into the climbing, the approach, the training, all of these, behind-the-scenes looks. Really appreciated the way that you were able to contribute to the experience that we've had in this finals.
Thank you so much for having me. Yes, it was a blast. So glad you're here, and best of luck on your recovery. We can't wait to see you back out here again.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. Alex Johnson now coming out and looking at boulder number 4. Giving it a good brush. The crowd is behind her. There's definitely a bit of a spring in her step here, which is not necessary. The crowd is actually, they're organized to cheer.
AJ, and I love it.
Yeah, that's fantastic to hear.
I think she could do this one. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll change the standings at all, but
no, it's nice to go out on a high note, but
100%.
You're right. I don't think it's going to put her in a podium position. There's just not enough zones on the scorecard at this point in the round. But
nice position right now, all perched up. We saw this a lot in the men's semifinal round. They had a similar perched bowl. Actually, lots of similarity here, but.
Yeah, kind of getting into a place where you're comfortable, but then you got to leave right away.
She's just like spinning around on the boulder now.
Yeah, this is a fun climbing boulder. We watched a little bit of the forerunning on this one. And the big red dual texture, it's almost no purchase on the side that's closest to you, and you've got to get around the corner, as it were, get on that friction side, and then you've got to make a pretty quick decision. I don't think they're going to spend a lot of time standing there. They've got to make a pretty quick move to jump up and out.
Yeah, exactly. And this hold that they're going to is interesting. I'm curious because you see those 2 big, or not big, but the little screw holes in the middle. I'm curious to see if anyone kind of uses that to start to inch their way over once they're in the textured part. I don't think it's great to be taller here. You're just so blocked from the hold, from the angles.
You see Alex making a decision to maybe just use it a little bit and then just jump right out. She's imploring the crowd for a little bit of support. it is hard to be out there.
Yeah.
When you've come through a tough round and you don't have a top yet, and you have to come back out on Boulder 2, Boulder 3, Boulder 4, and you want to have that positive energy because it's going to help you get up a boulder. You know, you reach into your bag of tricks. A little bit of engagement with the crowd, that's going to work for some climbers to maybe ease some of the tension and get people behind you.
Yeah, and AJ's always been a climber who's been really good at that. She always has a good attitude, a good perspective, and keeps it fun. And she had some fun things to say earlier about her whole perspective on these kind of competitions.
My mentality in a round is, if I can't do it, nobody can, which is not the case in real life. But when I'm competing like that, I go in and I'm like, if I can't do it, nobody can. And if someone else can do it, so can I. And so that's sort of like how I act when I climb. And so I couldn't do the first boulder and it felt really hard. And I was like, well, no one else will do it. And so the second boulder flashed, which was amazing. And I think probably the thing that like squeaked me into finals. And then the fourth boulder was really, really fun, but the hardest finish that I've probably ever tried, but felt really toppable. So it was a close race. And I think for me, it's never over. And I've seen rounds go from like you're in 5th place in finals, like on Boulder 1, and then you're like in 2nd or 1st on the last boulder. Like it's never over, and you sort of have to have the mentality that you can't give up.
That is a fighting spirit.
100%, and she was referencing, you know, her performance in semifinals earlier, but, you know, here she is fighting till the end, not having the best round that we've seen her have in the past, but she's going to keep fighting, trying to set up. She's a little at loss for what to do.
Yeah, I'm wedged in this position. I'm staring right at the crowd, but I gave it my all, and she absolutely did.
She just said sorry.
She didn't give up on a single boulder, Megan. She put every boulder she took down to the end of the clock. She's going to walk away with a zone and a difficult round to digest.
Yeah.
However, you made it in. You climbed hard. It might sting for a while, but it's another national championship in a storied career.
Well, and she knows how this goes. She's obviously familiar with the ups and downs and the woes of competition. So she'll be fine. We'll see her back out there again. I mean, great couple days of climbing. I mean, we'll see her in lead in a few days, to be honest. Gosh, we're still at the beginning of this whole week/weekend.
I know you're right.
Crazy.
We have to be careful not to talk about this as the be-all and the end-all.
Yeah.
We are just getting going. We won't see, I don't think any of these athletes are going to show up in the speed competition, but a lot of them will be back on lead, and then we'll see a bunch of new faces who are, you know, specialists in lead and don't do boulder as well.
Mira Capchioni getting into that perch position, which is quite awkward.
It's one of the tools, so it might seem like a shtick to kind of put climbers in that position, but it makes you think about what you need to do, and it burns seconds on the clock. So if you second guess whether you want to face in or face out or be left foot forward, right foot forward, all of those things are cutting into your ability to take multiple attempts on a boulder. So while you're not taxing your energy systems, you are running out of the most precious resource.
So
very close. And that's the clock. So you can recover your pump, but you cannot get seconds back on the clock. And the longer you spend working out the right thing to do and not just doing it, the more you cut into the number of tries you can put into a boulder.
So true. And Mira, good first attempt. I feel like she knows what she needs to do. She was very close. The rest of the boulder, from looking at it, doesn't seem as difficult as this awkward beginning. Not to say no one would fall there, but it seems a bit more straightforward. I feel like this kind of positioning always feels awkward. Good save there. She kind of almost slipped right off. I wonder if anyone captured that reaction face or that one.
That one, yeah. So she may or may not know this, as we've discussed across the round. Sometimes they discuss where they're sitting. The crowd hasn't given a ton away because there haven't been a ton of tops, but a top here absolutely necessary. So if she wants to be thinking about a podium, regardless of what the other athletes are going to do, she needs to put a top down here to make it basically to force the other finalists into tops to do the same thing.
Yeah, and kind of, it's weird because I was talking about this on the first boulder because that one was very long and forgetting what you did can happen when there's a lot of moves, but this is so weird because you're just kind of like moving along subtly, kind of turning and twisting, and it's really hard to find those positions again, and it looked like on that attempt she kind of lost it.
Yeah,
getting
the subtlety of although it's a big hold, you know, where your feet were, which angles they were standing on, and when you decided to leave, those are the subtleties that you're talking about.
Yep.
It's not just left hand, right hand. This is, you're all working through a small space.
And this looks more like that other attempt that was better. There we go.
Yes, she controls the swing.
Nicely done. Just has to get into that zone. Doesn't want to rush it because there's plenty of time to finish this boulder.
And just a couple of slopey, powerful moves to encounter. Mira Capicchione bumping through the crimp. Oh, she's going to get a top. Absolutely critical to stay in with a fighting chance. Wonderful climbing from Mira here at the end of her finals round. So that's going to give her 2 tops and 3 zones, and that is absolutely where you need to be coming into the last bowl. You see Alex there, excited for a competitor. That's a hallmark of bouldering competitions and lead and speed, is that, you know, you are, although you're trying to win all the time, that moment to be excited for a fellow competitor to top a boulder, it's real. You don't, it's not being faked. That is absolutely psyched for someone that you are happy to see do well.
The climbing community has always been quite the supportive community. It's, I mean, it's not, everybody wants to win. Everyone wants to climb their best. They want their best to put them on the top. It doesn't happen all the time, but you're still excited when your friends are doing well as well. And that's what's so cool. It's a pure supportiveness that happens. And it's not really you against each other. It's you against yourself and the boulders, or the routes, or the speed climb, whatever it is.
And here we see Kylie entering into that battle. She's a little bit more leaned back. So you saw where Mira had that. You just changed that position subtly enough to not be getting pushed away so much from the wall. Leaning backwards is always hard. Back to the wall, although counterintuitives can sometimes create way more advantageous positions. And when you're dealing with the friction of trying to decide what foot positions are going to keep you on this hold, there is, you know, a pretty significant kickback here. And you just have to find a way to stay in the space. So this is better immediately for Kylie. She's going to sit out, although maybe it feels like you're facing the wrong way. It's just a more comfortable position to stand up out of.
And you don't really want to spend too much time here because you got to feel how the jump feels too, right? You're trying to get into the position, and if you spend too much time looking for that perfect position, you might miss the fact that you could maybe jump from multiple positions, because the hold they're going to is very good. So she definitely needs to commit to something. Back to what Melina was saying earlier about commitment, it's really important.
Yeah, excellent point is that until you try the jump, and there we get a bit of an effort, you don't know what you need to generate from, and the imperfect, although uncomfortable, is going to be just good enough.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't always get to feel exactly right. And there's a line between what the boulder is demanding of you and what you want to do. And you don't always get to do what you want to do. You have to do what the boulder is asking. And they're even now immediately into the commitment. Not perfectly established, and just deciding, I'm going to take the jump from here.
Yeah, because this kind of a move, you really have to feel out a little bit. So it's important to put yourself in the position to try it and not just fiddle around looking for comfort.
She will want to get a zone here to stay within a fighting chance of staying on the podium. The race is very, very tight. You know, we have 3 climbers with 1 top and 3 zones. Right now in 3rd position, but with Kyra and Chloe and Annie.
Yeah,
right
I mean,
behind.
you really want to make sure you get all of the points you can get with those 3 behind you.
All right, Kylie Cullen getting down to the wire on boulder number 4.
see if she can. Ooh, I liked that. That was a good idea. I was thinking about that too. Like maybe don't spend too much time and just kind of jump under it more so. If that makes sense.
Use the bad part of the dual text hold and then just take that as your balance point.
Ugh.
And now, I mean, the fatigue is real.
Yeah,
even trying that a bunch of times in a row.
She's tired at this point. She's definitely gonna give it another go though
because why not?
I mean, it's the end of the round.
10 seconds. A zone matters. 5, and Kylie Cullen is going to be
make that happen.
Finishing her round. Maybe a little disappointed with not getting up into the zone on this boulder. Or, sorry, definitely a little bit disappointed. You always want to get up as high as you can on every boulder. But one top, 3 zones. She is now
still a good round.
Yeah, she's now looking to see what you're going to get out of Kyra, Chloe, and Annie.
Crazy, we're down to the final 3.
Yeah, here's a quick look at your top 3 right now. Mira, Annie, and Kylie sitting at the top 3 positions just now. And Kyra Condi with her fate in her hands. A top here will put her in excellent position.
The opening of this boulder, I, again, don't see her liking. If she can get to that pinch, I see her doing the boulder. She may be able to find a way to, like I was suggesting with Kylie, not really get too much into this press and just kind of jump in some manner.
Yeah, just sort of solve it. You're like, I'm going to go get a hand on this pinch and deal with it.
But yeah, you can already see she's like, dang it.
It doesn't fit me very well.
This is not what I want to do at the end of the round.
I want something to grab my fingers wrapped around and squeeze.
I think she can figure it out. She just has to stay calm and continue to do what she's been doing throughout this round.
Yeah.
Better, getting there.
Better and slightly different. That's what you're looking for, better and slightly different.
Starting from the other side this time.
Just sitting on the outside right now. A zone would help, a top would help.
Ugh. I wonder if she's too high as she's trying to stand up on that hold. Maybe like bring her feet down a little bit lower.
High as in too close to the wall, yeah.
Because it's pushing her right into, so this might be, ooh, yeah, use that corner. Yeah, see?
There we go.
Just work your way around it. Don't even bother with that hold.
Yeah, find a way. So getting a little bit farther out from the wall changes all the angles. A little bit of established balance on the corner. No, if she gets a hand on that, she's just going to clamp it down. The crowd is into it.
See if she can make it happen. Oh, there we go. See, this is better.
Finding it.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
Tons of time, Kyra.
And that was definitely the right way.
Yeah, you saw that expression of both excitement and disappointment in the same look of,
like, yes,
I know I can. I have time.
Sounds like someone's trying to get a chant going.
Yeah.
I'm liking this chanting. This is so nostalgic. How apropos being at the spot.
125. So time for her to take a breath, take stock, take a deep breath there.
That was definitely a good call. It's easy to want to rapid fire these kind of boulders, so just reminding yourself that it's more taxing than you think. Honestly, like, I think she could wait till 30 seconds. I think she could fly through this boulder if she can just get onto that pinch.
But now the doubt of not being able to reestablish on the start hold in a position to jump is seeping in, I think. So she's like, oh, I'll get there right away, and now she's slipped twice.
She almost just went back to her old beta, too.
The desperation is real.
There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Come on.
Kyra Condi.
Oh, no. Heartbreak.
Held the swing out, but not back.
I think I was so reactive. I threw my head back. I couldn't tell if she threw her thumbs on.
She did. She held it out almost all the way back. 20 seconds. The zone matters.
No. Not gonna happen.
Kyra Condi,
Great
exhausted.
effort,
Fantastic effort.
Very proud of the growth she has made. Kyra Condi, even a year ago, I don't think would have been able to adapt and make changes, and the progress she made on those boulders where she felt really uncomfortable the way we just saw her do in this round. I feel like, sure, this probably didn't end up the way she wanted, but moving forward, I think she's on to something, and I think we're going to see a different athlete moving forward.
Yeah, a real example of the growth experience that you were alluding to that she's gone through, and that's what we're looking at right now is Mira, Annie, and Kylie at the top of 1, 2, 3. Chloe now Chloe can bump Kylie out of third spot with, I mean, a top here, and I think even a zone might do it. So she has her fate in her hands when it comes down to a podium position. We'll do some math in the background for you as she gets through her attempts. Keep you appraised. We're getting down to it. Megan, Boulder 4, and the last 2 climbers.
I know, it's crazy. I was about to say, I feel like Chloe's gonna get through this bottom section pretty well. Because sometimes she gravitates to body positions you wouldn't see people normally do, I feel like this kind of movement, she doesn't feel as panicked by. And I think we just saw that as she got so close on her first attempt. So I think she has a shot of getting this one done.
And if she, like Kyra, if she gets her mitts on that pinch, she's not going to let go.
Oh, 100%. I think we're about to see it.
Yes, excellent work. Just committing to the hop. And now a little bit of composure required.
So much time.
Tons of time. A bad sloper, a tiny crimp, and a bump is what's standing between.
A bump to a great hold,
to a really good hold. Don't get too
Try to get
excited.
the right body position. Here she goes.
Yes, Chloe
Beautifully done.
Top of Boulder 4 to finish her round and put her in a position to be currently now top of the podium with only Annie Sanders to follow.
So impressive. Really nice to see that from Chloe Koskoy.
Look at this
That was
here.
very great. You know, she was second at 2020 Bouldering Nationals, so it's nice to see her
make that adjustment. And even there, you saw the relief halfway through the
breathing
swing.
out. That was awesome. I hope someone got a photo of that
Yeah.
ballerina-esque, Yanya-esque, honestly, kick.
Yeah, just sort of that little scorpion to absorb the energy, and you saw that she knew she was not going to let go of that hand. And excellent climbing. Annie Sanders now is going to take us home. Megan, we are down to the last climber on the last boulder of the Bouldering National Championships. Annie's going to be on the podium for sure. The
Just
color
don't know
of the
where
medal.
yet. Decisions. After watching her this week, though, I definitely think she can put this boulder down pretty quickly. So we'll just have to see how quick that actually is.
She'll fit into this start position much easier. A bit of a longer jump maybe to deal with, but she's going to be more comfortable getting up into this spot.
Yep.
Doesn't have to move her head out of the way quite
Not
so
as
much.
It's going to really have to commit here.
Just checking her feet.
Oh, just a little too much there.
Okay. One hand
Easy
dry
fix.
fire. Yeah, easy fix. Squeeze a little more. Take a little bit more of that momentum in your lower body. Give your upper a little time to react. Annie Sanders, tons of time on the clock. And go right back up.
I mean, like you were saying, this beginning part isn't as strenuous on her, so I think she can go back to it quickly. A lot on the line here. If she tops this, she can win.
Yeah, it's that's both a good and bad feeling if she knows it.
I don't think she does, though.
does.
It's kind of hard to really keep track that closely. I mean, if it's a blowout, sure. But I wouldn't say that's what this is.
No, this is a dogfight. And, every half a move seems to be mattering right now. And there you see her. A great example that we've seen time and time again over the last couple of days is just because you've done a move once doesn't mean it's just in the bag for the second, third time you need to try the boulder. So Annie needs to sort of recenter, refocus, get back out and stick this pinch.
You also have to remember the fight that she gave on women's number 2, which is probably the most taxing boulder of the round, and the way she conquered that finish had to have zapped so much energy. The fact that she's continued to be so successful in this round is so impressive and just shows like her level of fitness and strength and endurance, because that was one of the most aggressive things I've ever seen. And look at that, every bit of her might holding on.
A couple of double readjustments. That's always makes me nervous, is the two-hand hop.
I know.
Really good catch and put everything into it. You could see it on her face as she swung out. Annie Sanders atop is the podium gold.
Not even using, oh, there we go. I was going to say she's not even using the jib.
It looks good here. I don't want to say, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Just taking a rest. Don't spend too much time on this crimp. This is where you need to be, Annie Sanders.
Be decisive. Yeah.
Sanders with the top of Boulder 4 is going to stand on top of her first elite women's national championship podium here in Denver, Colorado. Megan, what a great finish to a fantastic evening of climbing.
Incredible climbing from all these women. Annie Sanders fighting till the bitter end, doing whatever she can to finish that boulder and earning herself the title.
Know?
I don't think so.
I mean, right now, I don't know that she knows.
I don't think she knows.
We know.
Yeah, we know.
The crowd doesn't know.
She's
I don't
gonna
even
know
think.
soon.
She's going to know shortly. Someone's going to tap her on the shoulder and say, Annie, you got yourself a gold medal.
And another interview.
And another interview. We got Annie Sanders at the top with 2 tops and 4 zones. Chloe Koskoy, 2 tops and 3 zones. Mira Capicchioni, 2 tops and 3 zones. Kylie Cullen just out of it with 1 and 3. Kyra Condi 1 and 3. And Alex Johnson with a hard-fought round, getting out with 1 zone to round out our top 6. Ladies and gentlemen, you were treated to some fantastic climbing across 2 rounds. If you watch the men's, if you just watch the women's, wonderful, wonderful route setting, really tough round. But this is what open level bouldering is like. A couple of tops is an excellent way to finish. So here we go, your top 3 in the building in Denver, Colorado.
Give it up for Mira Capicchioni. Come on up here, Mira. Get front and center in front of that camera. In second place, Chloe Koskoy. And in first place, an unbelievable performance, incredible climbing, Denver, Colorado. Make some noise for Anastasia Sanders. All right, ladies, thank you so much.
All right, there is your podium. We are going to get back around and show you the full table of results from the Boulder final. There you have it, Annie Sanders making it happen on the last boulder. Chloe Koskoy with the silver medal, Mira Capicchioni with the bronze, and we have Kylie Cullen, Kyra Condi, and Alex Johnson rounding out a very, very strong field for this 2022 Boulder National Championships. We're going to hear from Annie in just a second. We're going to get her over here for an interview. Remember, this is just the start of our National Championship weekend. Speed is coming up and lead after that. What a fantastic story. Annie Sanders in her first Open National Championships getting it done. We're going to hear from her. She's standing by with Megan right now.
Annie, first of all, huge congratulations. Your first national title in the Elite Series and your first time competing. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. Honestly, I almost lost it after the 3rd boulder. I really didn't think I could have done the last boulder, but I kind of surprised myself by topping it.
It was absolutely incredible. I mean, you had so many good moments. One of my favorites was watching you top women's number 2. The grit, the fight. How did you keep it together up there?
I don't know. I just knew nobody else had topped it, so I knew that top would mean a lot, so I just fought really hard.
Well, that fight was worth it, and your fight throughout the entire round. Again, huge congratulations. I'm so excited for you, the new national bouldering champion. I can't wait to see what you do next, and best of luck. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Cannot wait to see what she is going to get up to next. That is the start of a very bright open-level career on top of a very successful youth career. Annie Sanders showing herself to be well-deserving of this field. You know, she came in, she was the only climber to do all of the qualifying boulders. She came out as the only climber to get 4 zones in the semifinal, and then buckled down and got it done. Stick around, we're gonna come back for the podium ceremony. We're gonna crown the champions, give them their trophies, give them their cash. Don't go away, we will be right back.
The battles no one hears about.
We drop into the middle of firefights to rescue others.
And act as one-man air traffic control towers.
We're the ones who go before all others. Join the fight.
Since 1966, we have viewed walls not as obstacles, but as opportunities. From the big walls of Yosemite to the high peaks of the Himalaya, we were searching for a personal kind of freedom. In this pursuit, we found a community, strengthened by different stories, experiences, and perspectives. This community has shown us that the only way forward is together.
We're just getting everyone wrangled to get our podiums ready. It's of course the hardest part. All the athletes want to split out into the crowd and say hi to their friends and family and get their congratulations, and maybe hopefully someone will hand them a beer or two along the way.
If they're of age to drink, which most of them are not.
Excellent point, Megan. Excellent point. Some of the finalists are of age to have a beer
Maybe a couple.
Here in the spot. One thing I would like to point out that you don't see a lot of climbing gyms with beer on tap. Lots of gyms sell beer now with a cafe situation, but there's beer on tap here.
More these days, I think you're starting to see it. Definitely something you see in Europe a lot. Also in Europe, they let you drink and continue climbing. Not something you can do in the U.S.
No, Canada the same. If you come out of your bouldering session and you sit down and you have a beer, you cannot go back in. Although, I mean, I'll tell you, I've had that experience and it takes the edge off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't really done it because I'm too much of a lightweight.
It wouldn't go well for
It doesn't
you.
function well for me.
It signifies the end of your day.
I have tried it. We built a home wall, and I was like, ooh, I'm going to make slushy margaritas. I was done climbing real quick.
Doesn't quite be the same thing. Great to see. You see Emma on the right there. She is going to be throwing down at speed tomorrow, qualifying in the morning and 4 o'clock p.m.
Yeah, she's just here to support. She's another one of those athletes that has already done so well this past season, but I'm glad to see her here. I was hoping she'd come. I wasn't sure. I mean, she lives all the way in Georgia. That's a far flight.
That's a good trek then to come and be involved, and wonderful then to see her come in and to come and watch the bouldering, of course, to be a part of the whole part. I mean, Nationals is all 3 events. They're all connected to all of the people they train and climb with, so it
is a great social event, along with, a great event in and of itself.
I mean, we're getting the podium sorted out. There's a great look at your champions. The youngest podium, top, gold medal positions.
Yeah, definitely. Is it the youngest? I don't know if I can
We'll just throw it up there as maybe.
It might be. It's hard to say 100%, but it might be the youngest for both categories. But I don't know. I mean, we could look it up on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, someone's going to call us out.
I'm just
going to
look it up on Wikipedia right now
yeah.
because it exists. It's easy to find.
Yeah, it's findable. We see there.
Well, from 2004 or something on.
Chloe Koskoy looking at, even there, just still talking about the moves. You see Nathaniel Coleman in the background. You know that he wanted to be climbing in the final tonight, but came back to cheer on his fellow competitors. It's a strong crowd here in a small gym. They packed it in. They supported the climbers.
I would say it would have to be the youngest, probably. Oh, that's questionable. Hold on. I got to do math really quick.
Megan's doing some math. Now we're just interested. We made a bold statement that might be wrong, so we're just going to get out there and see how right or wrong we might be.
This is so close. Well, I think it would be the youngest double podium, maybe.
Yeah, sort of combine them together.
I think it might be the youngest double because, well, Wikipedia only shows you to 2005. Daniel Woods was 16. Well, he might have actually.
I mean, no
it's
matter
hard to say when his birthday was. It's a very young first place for sure, but questionable. I just really want to know the answer, obviously.
And no matter how you slice it, I know now you just want to know for knowledge, but no matter how you slice it, the current bouldering team out of the U.S. is very, very strong, and we are getting a look at the fact that that legacy seems to be well intact if that is the level that we are looking at coming up in the next couple of years. Now look at the chief and assistant chief, the Jeremys.
The Jeremys. I feel like they did a great job this week. It was nice to see everyone have to really fight for zones and tops, and I feel like they tested the athletes well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, everyone had to really, really work. As you were saying, the fight is part of the deal. You know, what happens when you're tested with, you know, getting shut out of Boulder 1, getting shut out of Boulder 2? Do you have the resilience to come back? And, you know, we mentioned it a couple times across the men's and women's round that 2 tops to win a title in a bouldering finals is right on par with your average World Cup or national level final. You know, half a move away, we saw that, half a move away on a couple of boulders to getting 3 tops, which is now you're talking about, of course, you know, 3 tops, that's what you get to win. And the climbing between the start hold and the finish hold, as we mentioned, the walls are short. So a smaller gym, you're packing more punch into slightly less moves. So we saw 2 examples where the zone hold was next to the finish hold. People established the zone and were unable to get to the top, and there's movement involved. So when you're cramming the difficulty, it changes the style that you set within, and you test more in shorter amounts of time. So the climbers all got punched in the nose a couple of times, and they all got back up again.
Yeah, they were very resilient, and, you know, people got tops. So that's always good. And to be able to handle a round like that will prepare them better for the World Cup circuit, because you get punched in the nose a lot.
All the time, I would say.
Yeah,
all
it
the
can
time.
be brutal at times. So
yeah, if you... Right, ladies and gentlemen, they're working around for the podium here. If you hang out a little bit longer, you'll get to see them do the awards. We are going to cut to it shortly. I can see them wrangling the athletes. They'll hang in there, and we'll get to the podium. right. Ladies and gentlemen, Megan and I are going to say goodnight. It's not over. Stick around. The podium will be up shortly on the feed. I hope you had a good time hanging out with us this evening. You were treated to some wonderful bouldering. Thank you so much. Megan, thank you for being always a fantastic knowledge base in the booth.
So happy to be here. Thank you. It was a blast. Can't wait for more.
It was a blast. We're just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to do it for Boulder Finals here at the 2022 Yeti Climbing National Championships. The next time we see you, it's going to be for speed. Have a good night. Stick around if you want to see that podium.
All right, Glenn, you can pull that music down for me. Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time for the awards ceremony for the 2022 Yeti National Championships at the Spot Bouldering Gym in Denver, Colorado. We again want to thank our national brand partners for helping make this event possible. They are Yeti, The North Face, Prudential, EP Climbing, Petzl, and all of our hold and volume partners. Awards will be presented by John Muse, VP of Sport with USA Climbing, Dan Howley, founder and owner of The Spot Gym, and Janelle Thurnhauer, The Spot's head coach. Please welcome the men's Boulder medalists. There you are, Denver. We're doing great. In third place, taking the bronze medal, Luke Muring, back up there. In second place, taking the silver medal, Sean Bailey.
Let's go.
And in first place, taking the gold medal, in winning the 2022 Men's Boulder National Championship, Dylan Countryman. Let's hear it for him one more time. And now please welcome the women's bouldering medalists. In third place, taking the bronze medal, Mira Capicchioni. And in second place, taking the silver medal, Chloe Kaskoy. And in first place, taking the gold medal and winning the 2022 Women's Bouldering National Championship, it's Anastasia Sanders. And now for one last announcement before we go, we are going to announce the members of the 2023 U.S. Boulder National Team. We will not bring them all out because I don't believe they are all here, but we will announce them. And starting with the men's team, we have Ben Hanna, Hugo Hoyt.
This is not just a climbing gym. You can come here and be whoever you want to be. I was a lost soul. I had affiliated with the gang life at the age of 12, but I didn't have any guidance. I didn't have a place like this I could come to, and those were the only people at the time I can relate to. But the more I started coming to Memphis Rocks, I started to meet kids who don't look like me. I was like everyone else because I looked around and everybody's in the gym doing the same thing, climbing. A lot of the problems I had on the ground, once I got on the wall, they stayed on the ground. It makes my soul like want to jump out of my body because I know the more kids that are in here, the less kids that are out there that can get in trouble.
So yeah, we've been testing out the new catch and hold system from the True Blue IQ Plus. And with the IQ Plus, you know, you're just able to stop there, rest, shake out, try to figure out the moves, and yeah, really excited to have this new device in our gym. It's going to just really help us to continue growing the sport.
Whether you're alpine climbing or cragging after work, Gnarly Nutrition is here to help you push your possible.
We fight the battles no one hears about.
We drop into the middle of firefights to rescue others.
And act as one-man air traffic control towers.
We're the ones who go before all others. Join the fight.
Since 1966, we have viewed walls not as obstacles, but as opportunities. From the big walls of Yosemite to the high peaks of the Himalaya, we were searching for a personal kind of freedom. In this pursuit, we found a community, strengthened by different stories, experiences, and perspectives. This community has shown us that the only way forward is together.